Friends, hello. February 10, 2025, Virtual Strangers, episode 224 is live. I am your host, Wes. With me, as always, is my good friend, Ruuts. Ruuts, it's Monday, brother. How you doing?
That's good. I'm doing good. 224. I can't believe it. We did it, Wes. We made it. The special 224.
More importantly, I don't know, would you call this season 7, Ruuts? I mean, it's our 6th anniversary coming up next month. Next month, we will have been doing this 6 years. But this was our 6th break. It was our 6th award show because we started in 2019 with the 2019 show. So this is the 7th time that we have returned from our lengthy break to pick up a new season. So would you call it season 7?
Yeah, I guess that's season 7. I don't know. When do they start falling off? Like, you know, the real world season 7. Which one was the one that everything fell off? I wouldn't want to go there, right?
This is the one where Puck fell off the wagon, I think.
Probably. Good old Puck.
Anyway, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Virtual Strangers 2025. We are back trying to get back in a rhythm, back to some normalcy here and doing regular shows again. Although, as you're going to see today and through the next couple of weeks, it's not going to be exactly the same, but it never is really. I mean, Ruuts, we've always kind of been in a constant evolution. I mean, once upon a time, doing an episode like this on this day, it would have been called the Monday Show. It wouldn't have even been called Virtual Strangers. But you know, we're constantly, you know, evolving as people, as VR enthusiasts, as gaming enthusiasts, and, you know, constantly adjusting to obviously the realities of our life and what we're able to do. And I'm kind of excited, Ruuts, for, you know, even though we're not making any real big changes this year, I'm kind of excited for some of the subtle changes that we're making. You know, you'll see some of these today. We're going to do a bit more of a variety show instead of focusing on news for the entire 3 hours. And you've heard us talk over the last few weeks about how we're bringing in help to do Game of the Month. We've got Looper coming in. We've got D coming in. Which Ruuts, not only does that mean that, you know, we're going to be playing, you know, focusing more on the stuff we want to play and less on the stuff that we don't want to play. Not only does it mean that, but it means that we're going to be able to cover a wider variety of games. Like there are whole genres of games that we would never touch with a 10-foot bat that we're going to be able to cover now because we've got people on the channel now with different tastes. For example, D just 30 minutes ago was pretty much asking me to get Farming Simulator so that we could cover that. Like, I'm not playing that. Are you going to play Farming Simulator?
No. Like, I don't know, man. I've watched her play a flat version, and it's very detailed. It's just not my genre at all. Like, I'm not excited about it. But what's funny is, like you said, people in the Discord, there's several people that this is their game of the year potentially because they love the those type of games, even the flat version. So yeah, I think it's cool.
Basically what I'm getting at here, man, is I feel like not only is it going to be more enjoyable to create the content this year than it even was last year, but I think we're going to be continuing to improve in new ways that we haven't been able to improve in years past, which I think is really cool.
And we are making good on our promise to ditch the ones we don't want to go in. There was one D went into, I can't remember the name of it, but she said there's an hour. That's an hour she'll never get back. And we'll probably pepper that in the conversation at some point when we do that show. But, you know, that's them taking one for the team. That's one I'll never go near now. So save me some time.
I talk a big game about this stuff, man. But from Saturday to today, I've requested game keys in like 4 or 5 games, and I think most of them are Quest exclusive indie games. Like there's for example, there's a node based rail shooter in there. Doesn't that sound fun?
Oh
Cartoony,
yeah.
cell shaded graphics. Sounds just right down your aisle, doesn't
It
it?
sounds perfect. It's to the point of what Brandon VR was saying in the chat. If it has a gun, it can't be bad, and I disagree. It can be bad, you know. Just because a game has a gun doesn't mean that it's going to be fun or that it's not going to be jank free. And you know, there's a lot of things that could be wrong with a game with a gun. And then there's games with the guns that are good. So it just
You know,
depends.
honestly though, I'm kind of saying this tongue in cheek because while what I said just then was 100% true, I only asked for keys to these games because they actually look pretty fun to me. Even though it was a rail shooter on nodes, it looked like it had a cool vibe and cool progression to it. There was another one that's co-op archery game, which looked really cool. One of the games we're going to be talking about today, Detective VR, I'll have a key for that next week, and it's more of a narrative-based thing. Um, but as we're going to discuss in a few minutes, it's not just an interactive story; it is a game that you can play. What else? We've got Alien Rogue Incursion coming up on Quest this week. Looking forward to checking that out. Tons of cool stuff. Or there's even another cool one that we'll talk about when we get to the what's out this week section of the reminders. Um, there's lots of cool stuff coming out. No big blockbusters like we're going to be covering this weekend on the game of the month, but cool stuff nonetheless. Stuff that looks like it's going to be fun to spend a few hours in. But why don't we talk for a second about game of the month, because I think a lot of people were expecting us to go live with that today. And as we typically do, we had to give Looper and D the crash course on what it's like to be part of the Virtual Strangers. We pivoted and changed our minds at the last minute, decided that we'd
Hmm.
like an extra week of preparation time. Not really because I want to spend a bunch of time in the secondary titles, but to be honest, Roots, there's so many like legit game of the year contenders during this episode because we're covering December and
Mm,
January. Um, I want to spend more time in those because I don't know where my votes are going to go yet, and
right.
and we're also changing up game of the month and how we do all that. We'll talk about that on the weekend. But for me, man, it's all about finishing Behemoth, finishing Alien, maybe going back and starting New Game Plus on Arcane Age. That game's had some updates since we played it. Um, and that's not to mention, a lot of the solid Quest games that came out last month, like Madison, for example, or Shattered is one that people keep talking about. I just got keys right before we went on the air for what was the one that we've been talking about for a week in the channel. Looper knows what I'm talking about. The one I was going to get keys for, Looper, I got them. Melee game. Shit, I got to look it up now since uh, it's an excellent game, or it was excellent in alpha. Um, Grimlord. I got keys for Grimlord right before we went on the air. Have a Steam key, have a Quest key, and that Roots is one that I actually want you to spend some time in. So I hope that you're looking forward to it because I think that you're going to appreciate um, not only the depth of the game, the progression, but the challenge of it. It's like a Souls
Dark
like
Souls.
in
Yeah,
VR.
that's what I heard. Not quite as hard. I don't know. I'm curious to see because you know Souls are so much on timing and rolling and just
Well,
the
it's not
exact
like that.
time
It's
as
not like
far
that.
as the so it's. I know that they said that there. I saw something about fires and teleporting where your save points and stuff. So there's probably some things that are like souls and some that aren't. But yeah, we'll see how it ends up lining out on my not biggest fan of melee type of thing. But you know, if a good game is a good game, that's what
But
matters.
you could become a mage and develop that skill tree. Like the skill tree in this thing, unless they've changed it since I played it, which was years ago. The skill tree in this thing is just massive.
You know who
Um,
loves a massive skill tree, Wes?
oh yes, he does.
Yeah, it's just too much.
But no, I'm looking forward to getting back in that one and checking it out. So we've got a lot to play this week. All those titles I was talking about leading into the segment, that stuff we'll be playing next week, I guess. Um, but we'll be back with Game of the Month this weekend. Um, we've decided to change a little bit about how we run the Game of the Month process and how we run our Game of the Year nomination process. I think all going to be changes for the better. We're going to make things easier here, streamlined. Um, and just for the record, I want everyone to know that we didn't delay because Looper wasn't ready. That guy was on it. He had time in all the games and was ready to go live on Saturday if we wanted to.
No, it's pretty much us. Both of us. I know I immediately it's like, let's wait till the Saturday. Give us more time, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And thank goodness, man, because let me tell you something. When we were making plans to do the show um, and deciding what we wanted to do this weekend, I hadn't really looked at the 2024 show second chance giveaway entries yet.
Oh God.
I just assumed that it was this year like it has been in every year
Mm.
prior. Um, let me tell you, Roots, it's orders of magnitude more entries this year. It's just, I literally, and this is no lie, I stayed up all night last night. I did not go to sleep. Um, it took me all night to organize the giveaway to get ready for this episode.
What?
So even if we had decided to go live yesterday, we would have never made it.
It's
Like
crazy. How much
it's
work? Look at how much
insane.
work Wes is putting into each and every episode. What the hell? And then people are like complaining. Well, not really complaining, but they're bummed out that it's so late. And they're like, man, I got to go to bed. Wes is like, yeah, I wish I could have gone to bed last night. It didn't
Yeah, right.
happen. So
I took a nap. I took a couple naps in the afternoon today, short naps because I did work today. Worked all day. I actually had a busier Monday than I typically do because we're getting ready to. We're coming into March, which is
mm,
going to be kind of the first big pop of the year for the VR games industry, an industry in flux, by the way, and we can talk about that anytime that you want. Um, Maybe we'll dive deep on that next episode because the industry is changing in very noticeable, very meaningful ways and quickly. But for us, it's an exciting time as March kicks off with the VR Game Showcase. Um, I think Eric's already teased a few times
mm,
that
yeah,
Flat to
something
VR
big.
is going to be involved with that.
Yeah.
Um, and then right on the tail of that is GDC.
Mm,
So it's a busy time, not only for Flat to VR, but for my clients at Impact Reality. Um, and yeah, I had a very busy Monday today, taking meetings and starting on a bunch of work that I'm going to have to finish at the break of dawn in the morning.
So we got a question in chat from Bart Grudzian says, "Did I miss the 5090 giveaway?" No, you haven't missed it. That's about. I think it'll be 2 years from tomorrow when they're available. So
Right. Well, the 5090 giveaway was actually during the 2024 show
oh
when
shit,
the viewers gave away
that's
a
right.
future 5090 to me, and I want to go ahead and thank everyone who donated to the Fake Frames Fund. which has allowed me enough um, money to deviate from the original plan, which was to upgrade to a 5080, to now I'm going to be able to upgrade to a 5090. But let me tell you
You're
something,
not gonna
man.
slum it with the 5080 West. This community's too good for that, man.
Let me just tell you, some of you might have noticed that the link is still open in the description down below, and there's a reason for that. So when I budgeted for our fundraiser, I budgeted for a $2,000 card, Roots.
Right.
Um,
It doesn't exist.
it does not exist. So you know the cards launched on the 30th, and I found out rather quickly that pretty much the Founders Edition and then maybe like two or three more are $2,000. And at that time, uh, the majority of the cards fell between 2,200 and 2,500. Some of them even more, all the way up to $3,000. Um, so I said, you know what, fine. We'll come up with a couple hundred more dollars to to get a card, 2,200, 2,300 if we need to, if I'm lucky enough to come buy one. Which of course, despite a number of close calls, I haven't been able to get checked out with one, even today. But I've had some heartbreaking near misses. I did get a Founders Edition in my shopping cart and was in a queue to check out on Best Buy on launch day twice.
Mm,
But both times I ended up sitting in a queue for about 10 minutes only to get booted out with a out of stock
fuckers.
notice.
Well, I'll tell you
Um,
what. Think about this. This isn't like just people that don't have connections. Even Radio Run, who had the connection to get one. The person that got them, the distributor only got 8 and decided to rent them out for $400 a month instead. Probably pretty good, financial thing for them, but not for Radio Run. So that kind of sucks, right?
yeah, on the one hand, you want to say, hey, that's smart. You can make your ROI in 6 months, right, and be in profit after that. On the other hand, that's a $3,000 piece of equipment you're trusting some jerk
Mm,
off not to burn it up trying to overclock it.
right. Yeah. Hopefully you have somebody that you trust, or you have some kind of system in place that uh, you know ends up covering yourself. I don't know, man. Like the whole thing, you could see it in the distance, and they were warning about the shortage, and it's such a weird release. And then, I mean, I don't want to put a tinfoil hat on, but it almost feels like Nvidia, artificially kept the amounts down so that the price they can come out and they can
Oh,
say MSRP is this, but the price gets driven to a higher price because there's just none out there.
they're so smart the way they fuck people this time, dude. It really was the master stroke of a plan that I now believe has been many years in the making in terms of how they price these cards. And I'm not going to go into a 30-minute dissertation about the history of graphics cards pricing, but we will talk about a little bit about how they were priced this gen, because this is so smart. Typically, what happens, um, they alternate, right? They have a year where they'll come out with big performance gains, and the upgrades will be pretty comparable in terms of pricing to the way they were last gen. So you'll get 40, 50, 60% more more performance from the same class card for around the same price, maybe 150 more dollars, something like that. And then they follow that with a generation where the performance upgrades aren't as pronounced, um, but they introduce some new kind of technology. And when they do that, they typically um, they they bump the price up pretty heavily because of the new technology that's in there. That's their excuse anyway.
Isn't that weird that
But
the cheaper version, the one that's more on par with the last generation, it comes out swinging. So with a lot of, you know what I mean? And then the one that you would think that the last generation should have been, because like I went, granted, I went from a 3080 Ti to a 4090, which isn't exactly a one to one as far as going up the next generation, but it was 100% increase. Like that's why I pulled the trigger. I was like, dude, there's no reason not to. This is 100% of an upgrade in every way, and most of them were that way. And the biggest telltale is the 5080 should beat the previous best flagship, right? And it didn't this time. And they did this last time as well, but they had two 4080s, and then they had to redo the 4080 as a 4070 Ti. So I really do believe that the 5080 this time is not really a 5080. It's more of
no,
a
no,
5070 Ti, and they're leaving room for the 5080 Ti's and
right.
the, or 5080 Ti
Hmm.
Supers. And then of course those will be more money, or you know they're the same price because we screwed you last time. I don't know. It just sucks,
Well,
but
well, that's what they normally do. Is they'll, you know, the generation where the prices are a bit high typically gets followed up with the next line of cards taking a half step back in pricing, and people feel like they're getting a deal, even though that half step back is still a step and a half, you know, ahead compared to last gen.
right,
But they did something very different this time than what they typically do, and this is such a genius move. So obviously, the 70 class cards, the 80 class cards are pretty much on par with the supers and the TIs from the last generation. Um, but they're a step back in price on the lower end cards. The pricing's actually comparable or lower this gen than it was last gen. Um, but on the very high end, which is the 5090, um, the price is way over what it was last gen, and eh, people were up in arms about the 4090 being $1,600. And so what they do is they come out with this 5090 that's not just $1,800, it's $2,000 plus. And now it's like way past $2,000. And basically, what they've done here is they've given people just enough of an upgrade over the 4090 um, to call it an upgrade. You know, just the bare minimum to call it an upgrade. Um, but since they've priced it so far over the 4090, those still hold their price, their value. So like all of the people that were buying into the premium tier um, last generation, they're not having to sell their cards for half price this time around. They get to keep them. And now Nvidia, basically, they haven't even launched 5090. Like it's just
the paper
it's like
launch.
Sasquatch out there, right? It's more of a market manipulation than a product at this point, and it's almost like you said, it's almost like this isn't really the 50 series at all. These are the supers and TIs, right? This is 4090 Ti, um, and you know eventually um, the supply will catch up to the demand later this year, and by the time that happens, though, they're going to be rolling out 5080 Ti, you know, 5080 Super, and maybe even a 5090 Ti, um, because there's certainly ways that they can improve upon what they've got right now. There could certainly be bigger gains with it in in terms of everything, in terms of performance, in terms of power efficiency. They really just brute force their way to a 30% performance upgrade. You know, it's a 30% performance upgrade with that takes 30% more power. You know what I mean? And it costs 30% more. Um, but one thing that I did see, Roots, and you may have caught this in the Discord yesterday, it does appear that the 5090 is showing more of a gain for high-end VR gaming than it has for flat gaming.
Oh, for sure.
And yeah, because of the increase of the memory bandwidth, um, it's going to make a pretty big difference in terms of frame times and really utilize um, the VRAM. So, 4090 has a ton of VRAM in it, 24 gigabytes of VRAM, so much so that the card can't use all of it. And I've heard you say this before, like the card can't even use all that VRAM. With the increase of memory bandwidth this generation, now it can. Now it can really use all of it. So you can really crank the super sampling to the fucking moon in this thing. And that when you do that, that's when you really see some separation between the generations.
Oh yeah, I bet it's going to be amazing, and I can't wait for you to be able to get it when they're actually available. Hell, by the time they're around, I might be swinging around thinking about getting one. Like the only reason I got the 4090 when I did is because I could walk into Micro Center and walk out with it the same moment. I was like, "Are you kidding me?"
Let me tell you, man. There was a day or two last week that I was just so devastated from my my near misses and my experiences trying to catch one of these things, that if I had seen a new 4090 at MSRP, I might have gone for it. I probably wouldn't have. Because it's not my money, right? It's the community
right
paying for half of this thing. So I kind of have to go for the 5090 now. But listen, man, let me just tell you my experience with the MSI store. So I had a card in my cart twice on launch day on the MSI store, and it was right in my price range. It was like a $2,250 card. It was a decent level MSI overclock card. But their checkout process, the website was broken, and it was broken to the point where I got it in my cart. I got the checkout. I hit checkout. It started checking me out, and it starts off by putting you in a thing where you have to put in your billing address, or maybe it's your shipping. It was your billing address first. All right, and I already have my address saved in my profile so that I could just automatically load it. But the way that their website's set up is the state in your address. It isn't something you just type in. It's a drop down. So the auto loader from the thing that automatically puts your address in can put everything but the state. You have to go in and manually select the state from a drop down. The drop down thing was broken. You couldn't get it to drop down. It wouldn't let you choose anything. And
how stupid. Why wouldn't I just pull it up from the zip code? That'll tell you exactly where it's at, right?
Well, not only that, but I'd already saved it in the thing. Like my profile that it was importing had the state in it too. Like it should have just automatically populated, but it didn't. And I had to like go in and right click on it and click on the inspect the page source to bring up the HTML. You know what I'm talking about? Like go into the code of the website to get past the billing address, which I did. I selected my shipping method, and then I went to the shipping address. Same thing.
Oh fuck!
And that one I just couldn't get to load. Like
it didn't have it shipped the same as the billing or anything like that.
No. Oh yeah, I did. I had that checked, but it was still just the same thing from before. It would auto populate everything, but there was a drop down that it wasn't technically able to do it. So I ended up losing twice because of that. And I mean, I had this thing in my cart and was checked out and was fighting with it for 10 minutes just to get it to the last page where I could click on to pay it. And I never got there. I tried going to the support chat while this was taking place. Like while it was going on, I took like screenshots and contacted chat, and the chat was like, um, we're not we're not store support. You can't get store support via chat. You have to email them, and they gave me an email address. So I sent
What
the
is
email
that
in.
gonna do, right? Well,
Yeah, right,
what
exactly.
what I would have been thinking is, and this is my honest thought, is like at least two scalpers out there were able to come grab that card from you, because that's the big thing that I was reading, that there's people that had access that were getting the cards before it even went live and on a lot of websites.
Yeah,
But
that's how they do it. They they code these website bots in Python, and they already have the like internal commands that the web browser uses. That so while I'm clicking on the button that says add to cart, when they load the page, it automatically has add to cart like in there, and it has already automatically clicked checkout to get it. So they're already like two steps ahead of where the public's at. And
three,
then
they
on that,
probably had their state already pre-put in there too.
yep, yeah, that's the way it works. The way it works is that those bots are fully automated from start to finish. They can tell. They have trackers that track the different APIs from the different stores online. They know 5 to 10 minutes before the stock hits the website that it's coming. They already know, and the bots are already scrolling and trying to catch them up. That's why it's impossible to get one of these things on Amazon. It's you shouldn't even try it. You can't get one on Amazon because it's so botted out that they can literally just one click and done with Amazon. And I know this to be fact because that's how I got. I don't remember. Maybe a graphics card or PlayStation 5, but I got that before the same way because somebody shared with me a link that had all this stuff already pre-programmed into it, and literally I just loaded it, and it automatically loaded um, the last page of the checkout with it in my basket and everything.
Wow,
Um,
that's what
yeah.
you need that
So
again.
yeah. So this is how people are. These scalpers are able to get them, and the reason why there's um, even less supply than the 500 of them that Nvidia sent to the United States. Um, anyway, after I go through this whole rigmarole with MSI, a couple of days later, I end up catching a bundle. So that's the thing now. Now that we're a week in, all of the partners, they're taking advantage of the situation. When they get stock, they're bundling the cards and making you buy something bundled with it to get one. All of them are doing. Asus is doing this. MSI is doing it. Newegg's doing it. Um, so I caught one on MSI. It was at a nice late hour, so um, I would have been able to get checked out with it, but they had this fucking card, man. The same card that I had the first day, by the way, that I couldn't get checked out. They had it bundled with a $700 power supply.
Oh Jesus!
A $700 power supply. So
How powerful was this 700? Like what? How many
uh
watts? Was it a good one? I mean, it must have been.
1600. It was 1600-watt power supply. It was a really good one. Like super. It was the highest tier of efficiency rating. It was the one above platinum. I don't even know what that is. I don't remember. A $3,000 bundle for the card and the power supply, and I just couldn't bring myself to do it. I couldn't because
Mm.
I need the power supply, but I need a $300 power supply. I don't need a $700 like professional, like, you know power supply is probably meant to go in server somewhere.
It lasts you forever though. 1600, man. You could overclock that shit.
But
How
here's the thing, dude.
crazy.
That $400 difference that I would be spending on that power supply, that's a CPU upgrade for me, man. That's a 9800 X3D, you know?
That's you
Um,
getting the card. It's a conundrum. You know what I mean? Because I don't know if I would have had, if I had the money, I don't know if I would have had the strength
well,
to.
here's the thing. I regret it totally now not getting that because now um these assholes at MSI, at Asus, these assholes have artificially up the prices of everything now. Like the prices on launch day are long gone. Everything now has $300 to $500 extra tacked on the card.
Mm,
So now I'm paying the same price, but I'm not getting the $700 power supply like I would have got last week. Now to get that bundle, it's $3,400, and to get the card, it's $2,700. You know what I
wow.
mean? So now I'm going to have to pay it anyway, but I don't get the fucking bonus of the killer power supply anymore.
What a bummer.
Um,
Well, and people
it
like Tech
is.
were saying that it was a 4080 being 800 or 900 on Facebook Marketplace. He's saying, yeah, get the fuck out of here. And that was
Yeah, I
like
know,
on day
right?
one. And now they're going for, I saw 1600 and, like ridiculous prices. That $900 sounds pretty good now. But this is what I was always saying. And I guess it just depends on who's releasing it, what the release is like. Because Nintendo's about to come out with their new console, but they're doing everything they can to make sure that that doesn't happen this time. They're going to have extra stock, and they care about their consumers, right? They don't want to have everybody get in a scalper's paradise, so they're going to make sure it doesn't happen. Whereas Nvidia is kind of banking on it, and when people said, I heard this the whole time when I got my 4090 that I was going to regret it, blah 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 blah. I'll just wait for the 6090 or the 5090s to come out, the 5000 series. Like everybody's always like, I'll just wait for this. I'm just going to do this. Well, in a perfect world, you can do that. But if everything doesn't line up, especially in a greedy consumer driven world, I guess it's more even driven by the companies. But it's not always what you want. Now you can't get the 4000 series except for overpriced. And the 5000 series for now seems to be unattainable. Although you're proof, and I know a couple of people in the Discord got one, a 5080. So they're out there. It's just they're
Yeah, yeah,
hard to
yeah.
get.
5080s are much easier to get than 59s. I could have on a number of occasions.
Bad
Tagged
Robo
one of
says, and
those.
people complain about the PS5 Pro price. That's because it's overpriced. It's way overpriced. You know what I mean? Like, I still would rather get a video card than the Pro. There wasn't that much of a difference between the 5 and the Pro, except for it was almost double the cost. Every other Pro that
Yeah,
came out was just about the same price or a little bit more. And this one, they don't even give you a stand. It's like Sony wanted to insult everybody with it. It's like, we're not even going to give you a stand. You're getting no hard drive. You're still going to pay eight something for it, $850, $900. And I just think it's
they're
ridiculous to me.
they're taking that NVIDIA approach to you know programming the consumer base. So everybody has these $800 consoles um, right now, but when they pop out here in 3 or 4 years with PlayStation 6 and they launch that thing at $650, people are going to be, oh, that's such a great deal.
Yeah, absolutely. And Shades of Grey's got a good point. Part of the issue is crypto mining and AI stuff. More AI stuff nowadays than crypto mining, although crypto mining still is going on, I'm sure, to some extent. But these AI cards are made on the same dies, right? The bit higher end ones, so they're sucking up a lot of the stock. And then the people that can't afford those ridiculously priced ones, the closest thing is a 5090 or a 4090. And I had somebody tell me this when I got my 4090 that's into computers and stuff on the high end and training AI. And he said, yeah, their company at that time was scrambling to get 4090s for this exact reason, so they could train all their AI stuff. So they're definitely Nvidia's. I mean, in a way, it's smart because they're catering to the higher end ones to them. They don't like the people that were getting them before, for the most part, are going to pay the $3,000 or $2,500. You're not outpricing them. Most people that are getting those cards already have the money, and so and they're providing something that there's no competitor for. AMD's basically bowed out. They don't put any high end cards out like that. Although I did read that I think their new card, they're looking to come out cheaper, and hopefully that'll cut the hell out of the other cards that are like on par with that. Maybe start a little
That
bit of a war. So
yeah, that should bring the 40 series back into the stratosphere. With the exception of 4090, that they're still not really going to be able to compete with that high end. But I think the top card from the next gen Nvidia or the next gen AMD is going to be on par in terms of raster with 4080, 4080 Super, and they expect it to be a little bit cheaper than the 80 class cards are from Nvidia. So that's good. We do need a high end competitor for Nvidia, but Nvidia's they've always been really effective at leading the industry through their um, exclusive features, their
right,
exclusive technology. It was ray tracing a few years back, and now it's this AI and this DLSS and all of this stuff. It'll be interesting. As long as Nvidia can set the narrative to what the next gen features are going to be, then all AMD's ever going to be able to do is try to catch up. Um, it would take AMD kind of really, going for it and taking a risk in developing their own tech, something innovative and new, that no one else is doing, and then try to kind of win the market over through sheer awesomeness.
yeah, it's gonna be a hard uphill battle against the leading company developing for AI. The AI alone will set it so
Yeah.
far ahead, right? Just because it's exponentially going to be better. So
I do want to say one more thing before we move on from all the graphics card talk. By the way, just so you all know, I do have 10 windows open right now with browser extensions automatically refreshing them and searching the page for add to cart and things like that. So it could happen at any moment
ooh, that'd be cool, right on
that
air.
one lands in my inbox. Um, it also could happen at any moment that my computer crashes because my computer crashes. It crashes all the time, dude. I got this. It occurred to me the other day that the way that it just kicks off immediately like that, um, that it could be a faulty something in the case, right? The power switch.
Hmm.
Um, so I unhooked the power switch, and this thing didn't crash for almost 2 solid days. And I thought, that's it.
You did it.
We figured it out. But sure enough, it came back, and it's just as bad as it ever was. Um, it was just God playing jokes with me.
Well, it'll be worth it when you have your new system and it's not crashing anymore. So just be glad you're not
Anyway,
playing World of Warcraft hardcore and your character died.
right.
That would be devastating.
So it's going to happen when I'm checking out with my 5090. That's when
No,
it's going to fucking
let's
crash.
hope not. You're like, I finally got. Oh, son of a bitch. Yeah. I don't know. I just think of the
So
scalpers out there and how happy they were that they got there. So that makes me feel a little bit better about the situation.
So the one thing that I want to say before we move on from this and get on with the show, um, last time I was really engaged in one of these rat races for graphics card was 30 series, and I ended up getting whatever I wanted within 4 to 6 weeks from launch, and they were scarce then too, because that was when the crypto mining boom took off, and there was just a shortage everywhere.
And a COVID
Um,
shortage.
but I was able to get multiple cards. You know, start out with a low end card, sell it for a couple $100 profit, get a better one, sell that for a couple $100 profit, and get the one that I wanted. But the reason I was able to do that so effectively back then was because EVGA was in the market back then,
Mm,
and EVGA was beloved um, by their customer base because they were so fair, because they did care about the individual users out there and the gamers, and they put things in place to stifle the bots and make sure that their customers were the ones ending up with these cards. And when they bowed out of the graphics card market, um, the impact was felt. It has been felt, and it's still being felt, especially today. So that they're very much missed, and that's why I want to take this opportunity to shout out Zotac and give them some appreciation because they're doing something similar. They are. They put a message out to their community a couple of days ago um, and said, "Hey, you know, this was a all-time low, unprecedented shortage of supply from the manufacturer to begin with, and the few cards we put out, we can tell pretty much got snatched up by bots and the scalpers immediately. And as they get more, they don't want that to happen again. So they're actually letting people for the next ones that come in, they're letting people queue up to buy one
mm,
via their Discord instead of their store page, and people are going to queue up to get one. You basically when they get cards in, they're going to announce it to the Discord. Everybody that wants one is going to put their name in the hat, and they're just going to draw like a lottery. And when the names get drawn, they're going to have 48 hours to buy one. That's exactly what EVGA did back in the day, and that's how I got those cards.
mm.
Um, but they've come out with a couple of really nice, heartfelt messages to the community, and are putting things in place to ensure that gamers get cards going forward. Now it could be just a a really effective marketing job by some dude there that really could give two shits. But it doesn't seem like that. It seems genuine.
Mm.
So I wanted to just shout out Zotac because when I started this thing, um, I said, you know what, I'm not going to get a Zotac. I'm going to wait. I'm going to try to get an MSI card or a Asus card and be patient. Um, but I've completely changed my mind about that now, mostly based on how I see them treating people
Right.
and engaging with people.
And
So,
and you might actually get one of these cards. That might be the deciding factor as well. It's like if all of a sudden you put your name in and you get picked, that's a win. That's one of the reasons why I do like using Micro Center, because even when they've got stock and stuff, you can lock it in for like a day or
yeah.
something, and you just go down and pick it up. They make you come down and do it in person, and that cuts down on the scalping big time. At least from people trying to buy it from all over the place, right? So,
Yeah, Rogue TRs in chat said, did you see Omni whatever testing the 5090 and seeing up to like a 200% gain for VR resolutions from the previous gen? Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Um, at least right now, it seems like it's due to the 70% increase in memory bandwidth. Um, Basically, it allows a much more data to come in and out from the VRAM, um, between the chip and the VRAM. So um, if that's true, it's interesting, Roots, because correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't the 5080 have even wider memory bandwidth than the 5090 does? I'm pretty sure it does.
I'm not sure what the memory bandwidth. I know it's less VRAM, but yeah, I mean, if it's faster, that could
It'll
be
be
something.
interesting.
Yeah.
It won't mean much now because, like you said, the VRAM's too low on it. But if like they come out with a 5080 Super or a 5080 Ti, that card could be a monster for VR gaming.
I'm sure the 5080 Ti or 5080 Ti Super or whatever the hell they name them will probably beat the 4090. And yeah, yeah. Spry says I never thought memory bandwidth would make that much difference in high resolution. Who knows what they're doing with all this tech and how it all affects. Typically, and most of these things are geared towards flat gaming anyway, so we don't have any idea, right? So
Well, that's the thing. Like high resolution is where the memory bandwidth makes the most difference, but it has to be so high um, that four K gaming on flat isn't enough to push it, right? That's why this guy testing VR at like 200, 300, 400% super sample with, high quality and, MSAA enabled, really putting ungodly load on it. Um, that's where the difference sticks out, right?
right,
Um,
yeah,
regular hardware testers, reviewers don't, they're not trying to run flat games at like 8K and 16K really because nobody has monitors that can display that stuff yet. Um, so memory bandwidth in those cases it doesn't make a difference at all. Um,
well, and a lot of people, and I know this just because when I had my 12700K uh, with my 4090, it was, it was bottlenecking, even the 14900K bottlenecks. But a lot of people, they just don't take into consideration the processor. It's all pure power. I'm going to get this 5090 and they're going to put it with 8900K. And they're going to gimp
yeah,
the fuck out of that card
right.
and hold it back. It'll still be fast as hell, but it won't be nearly as fast as it would be with a more current processor.
That's
So,
right. That's right. It doesn't matter how fast you can fill out those frames if you don't have the horsepower to make the frames. The
right,
CPU makes the frames. Um, so you're right. And I don't, I've got a decent processor right now, but it's not going to be able to keep up. I'm definitely going to be CPU limited until I can save enough money to upgrade that end as well, which I
it's
do plan on doing. Hopefully by the end of the year.
yeah, yeah. It is more of a bottleneck for lower resolution, but it still holds back the card. It won't be
Yeah,
as much.
I've got a 12700K,
Right,
um, which is it's a fast card. It's got 20 cores. It's and it's right around 5 gigahertz clock speed on it. So like, I mean, it's no slouch. But I really want to get into these new AMD cards or these new AMD chips because the tech is so different in them. The way that they have the cache stacked
right.
in it. We really haven't seen anyone try that before, and the proof is in the pudding, man. The benchmarks don't lie. That 98, I think it's 9800 or 9850 X3D is just ungodly fast at creating these frames and pushing them out. Anyways, that's enough PC talk. For those of you who want to, want to help me upgrade, I can still use it. I'm good. I told everyone that if they got me to 1,000 on the last stream I would get the upgrade, and I'm going to make good on that, even if the prices are $800 higher now than they were then. We're going to make it happen. But if you want to help, you want to donate, the link is in the description below. And yeah, like I said before, top 5 donors get to pick the first 5 games that I play on the thing, and I'll stream those. So yeah, thank you to everyone who's donated so far. Thank you to the person who donated earlier today, the anonymous donor. Someone donated a generous donation earlier,
Nice.
and I appreciate it. But yeah, we're gonna keep on. We're gonna keep that link open until I get the upgrade, whenever that is, and we'll shut it off at that point. And then, we'll get the card, we'll get the power supply, and then if there's anything left over from that, that's going to go toward a CPU upgrade, which may be Christmas before I can afford to get it. But whatever's left, that's what it'll go toward.
$700 power supply incoming. I feel it.
Maybe I could have got that last night, man, if I wanted to drop $3,400 on a fucking bundle with a card and a power supply in it.
What if you come back next week and it's 4,100 and you're like, fuck, I should have got it at 34.
Yeah, I probably will be. But I mean, you got to draw a line somewhere, man.
You do have to draw a line somewhere at some point. Although, you've resigned and the community's backed you up, that you're going to have the best, and we're going to make it happen.
It's true.
Everybody out there is paving the way, and that's why they're awesome.
They are awesome. Why don't we say hello to them, Roots, and get this show underway? Let's say hello to Awesome Tatum and Game Cat Behemoth, Gabriel 004, Salvador. What's up, Salvador? AJ. What's up, AJ? AJ been hanging out in the chat and bouncing. PC talks over. AJ's bouncing. Good night, AJ. Rogue TR is here. Gray Matter's here. Flippy Nuggets. Mark Pringlesleaf. Bad Robo. Grandpa Barbecuer. The Game Cat is here. Who else is here? Super Nintendo Chalmers. VR SpryGuy. What's up, Spry? Tipsy Sonic. Techno Glitch.
Speaking of tech, real quick, while you're going down that list, he says insane numbers to play a video game, and I get that, but people were telling me 1,700 was insane numbers to play the UEVR mod a year and a half ago or whatever, and that I would regret it, which I don't. It's an investment, and it's one of those things that at the moment, yeah, you're gonna feel that crunch, and you might feel that crunch for a bit, a week, a month, 2 months, 6 months. Eventually, it just becomes what you have, and you're happy that you spent that money, invested in it, instead of constantly chasing the, like, not to pick on you, Tech, but how many cards did you bounce around trying to not buy the most expensive card? And you ended up spending a lot of money on just having cards that you're not really that happy with. Sometimes I just say, bite the bullet, get what you want to get, and don't get the $7 latte from Starbucks for 6 months or whatever you can cut back on. It's worth it, I think, anyway.
Yeah. So I totally get this perspective. I get where you're coming from, Roots. Of course, it hurts for a little while, but after the sting wears off, it feels real good, right?
Right.
But we are talking about spending levels of money on this that you can buy a car. You know what I mean? You could buy a car for what this thing costs, and I wouldn't dream of spending this kind of money on something like this, and not in a million years. But I'm not just doing this to sit in my room by myself and play games. This is something that I'm going to do what I've always done. I'm going to share with the community. I'm going to be streaming. We're going to be testing the limits of what can be done in VR, both in native VR games and modding. This is not just for me, and I'm not paying for it by myself. So, I would never do this if it was just me and I were paying for it all. I'm 100% doing this because everyone's chipping in here to make it happen, and I'm eternally grateful for that.
And it's awesome. But here's the thing that people need to also consider. I'm not like this. People will go spend $2-3 grand on a TV in a heartbeat. Oh, if you know what I mean, and they justify it, and all they do is watch fucking worthless television on it. Yeah, it's a bunch of shit shows that aren't worth time. It's just what you're willing to what's important to you, right? And what kind of money you have. But yeah, so I don't know.
Absolutely. Philo6. What's up, Philo? Who else is here? Phil Yarn. Hello, Phil. Gabriel 004. Bart Grudzine is here. Mal is here. Scrolling. A lot of the same names in the chat. A lot of people here to see what they're going to win. A lot of names, familiar names that I saw in the comments last night. What's up, D? Chinatown D's in the house. Radio Runt is here as well. Old Darth in the chat. Who else? Anyone else?
AJ was clarifying. He said he's not going to bed. He was saying goodnight to Robo.
Oh, I got you. We're good. AJ hanging out. Evan Yabu is here. What's up, Evan Yabu? Thanks for joining. Oh, okay. Scrolling the same names. People are engaged in this graphics card talk. Driven By is here. What's up, Driven By?
Driven By. What's up? He just picked up a new 5090. No, I'm just kidding. Maybe.
Jason O'Hare. Welcome, Jason O'Hare. Cop Dog is here, and Ryan Brandon VR is here. And that is as far to the north as this will let me scroll. Did we have anybody slip in?
I don't think so. All the names down there look the same as well. Although Flippy Nugget says that's the same reason he's not complaining about the Pro. It's already seen significant improvements in favorite games, and sure, there's more to come. Plus, it's cheap as F compared to everything we're talking about, and that's true. It's what you're happy with. And one man's, what you value is different than other people, and so nobody's really wrong or right. So,
Alehimbe D 2-year Underground Stranger Game Cat slipping in right at the end, and Nathan and Robbie Y. See, we got some slippies. I'm starting to feel like people had forgotten about us, Roots. When we don't have slippies, something's wrong. But we got slippies.
We got a couple slippies.
All right. Thanks for coming and hanging out with us late on this Monday night. We appreciate all of you being here. With that said, Roots, let's talk headlines.
Jenek fur EUF MS Achitsu.
Make history. Sid Meier's Civilization VII comes to VR and MR this spring. This is from the MetaQuest blog. The Sid Meier Civilization series has been allowing players to shape the course of history for more than 30 years. With Civ 7, 2K, and Firaxis Games are bringing the franchise to immersive and mixed reality for the first time, giving Civilization and deep strategy fans a new way to experience developing their societies, forging alliances, and fighting other nations to reach the pinnacle of human achievement. Sid Meier's Civ 7 VR, developed by Playside Studios in collaboration with Firaxis Games and published by 2K, brings the content of the PC and console flat screen version of Civ 7 exclusively to MetaQuest 3 and 3S from a whole new perspective with unique features for both virtual and mixed reality. Civ 7 VR leverages the classic top-down view of Civ, putting you at the command table, a board game-like construction where the world is laid out before you and has come to life. You'll be able to peer down from high above the command table to strategize your moves or lean all the way in to appreciate the finer details of your scouts, cities, armies, and wonders. Watch your empire grow from your own museum looking out onto a vista personalized to your leader, or toggle to mixed reality at any time, and the command table will adapt to its placement in your physical space. The command table's appearance both in VR and MR isn't the only immersive element added to Civ 7 VR. As in other Civ titles, you take on the role of a world leader and face off against other leaders and important figures from history, each with their own abilities, personalities, agendas, and ideas about how to be an effective leader. Diplomacy and interaction is a huge part of Civ, and in Civ 7, you have the opportunity to have these diplomatic meetings face to face. The other leaders present in your game surround the other leaders present in your game surround the command table as they take their turns, allowing you to see their actions and reactions as you make your moves, create alliances, and wage war through the ages. You'll also be able to revisit your own history and achievements in the archives, a space where the heights of your civilization are captured as dioramas that you can see anytime you like, whether in VR or MR. Default games have also been set to faster speeds compared to the default PC version of the game, so you can play through an entire age in a single headset session, though the pace can be set to different levels based on your preferences. Civ 7 VR supports a single-player mode, as well as both co-op and competitive multiplayer for you and up to 3 other Quest 3 or 3S players. You can field games with AI-controlled opponents to take on with your friends, or face off against human opponents to see whose civilization can withstand the test of time, and whose will crumble into dust and memory. You'll see your friends and opponents in VR and MR as their chosen world leader around the command table, allowing you to go even further in creating your own version of history. If you're not familiar with the turn-based Civ games, they're commonly referred to as 4X strategy games, where you explore, expand, exploit, and exterminate. Your goal is to raise your empire from antiquity to the modern age, seizing territory to found cities and build towns for your people, and raising armies to defend yourself or to conquer. The game is about more than routing your enemies, though, as you can potentially win without firing a single arrow or bullet by pursuing culture, science, religion, and trade. You've got to keep your people happy and healthy while advancing your empire, which you can do by exploring the world and being the first to discover wonders or to create cultural feats, making scientific advancements, sweeping the world as an economic superpower, defeating and annexing other civilizations, or any combination of them all. Civilization games have an engaging learning curve and are rewarding to master. There's always something new to try, a strategy to refine, a different way to play the game. Civ 7 shakes up the existing Civ formula in a number of ways. Now you'll lead your empire through distinct ages of human history. Each age is its own rich, nuanced journey, with unique playable civilizations, available resources, explorable land, and even entire gameplay systems, creating a deep, historically immersive strategy experience. And your world leader is no longer dependent on the civilization you choose to run. You can combine leaders from throughout history with different peoples and nations. That gives you the ability to create unique combinations and rewrite history as you see fit. A number of elements have also been streamlined, like building improvements and growing settlements, so you can focus on the more exciting business of capturing new territory, building potential alliances, establishing a religion, and growing an economy. Roots, something tells me if we would have had these games 50 years ago for the people that run our world to play and spend some time in, that maybe the world might be in a much better off place now. Shouldn't this seems like something that those who like to dominate others through power and greed can really have some fun here.
Yeah. Yeah. They should just do it on a computer and not even involve people. Just have war games and then abide by whoever won. That'd be cool. But yeah, no, I think the biggest takeaway from this thing, and I know I saw Looper and a couple other people mention it. This is my first thought: is will this be dumbed down in any way, gameplay wise, or will it be, are they going to limit some of the functionality or whatever? I'd love to see the actual full game that just released recently for Flat be on.
It just came out.
Quest, yeah. So I don't see why it couldn't. But then again, this isn't my genre really. Although I was just saying to somebody recently that this would be kind of this or SimCity or something like a full version would be nice to especially like this. There's nothing really like it in VR, so it's cool.
Yeah, I think it's all here, man. It has been tweaked as this blog post makes note of, but it's all stuff that you can kind of customize in the settings. Like, I think the biggest difference is the pacing of the game. These games are slow as fuck to play on a flat screen. Like, they literally let the ages unfold over the ages, but they understand that people aren't going to want to keep on their headset. Plus, their battery isn't going to last for that.
Maybe
so
coming back to it. Some people will still want it to unfold on that same. I think the coolest thing is just watching everything progress and watching rockets taking off, and I think that would be pretty cool. So
yeah, I think this is cool. Obviously not the type of genre that I'm typically playing in VR or out. I didn't really ever get into these games except for when I was like really young. The very first generations of these games I tried out. But I think this is something that if it catches you enough to hold you through the learning curve, I think that you'll get hooked, and this will be something you won't want to take off. But that's a big if. I think there's going to be a lot to this, and it'll probably take a full gameplay session just to get the basics of a game like this,
right.
Which is cool, right? That's complexity, and I think that that there's going to be lots of little cool things to see, and lots of visual stimulus to reward your curiosity and attention to detail.
Yeah, and this is a perfect game for VR, in my opinion. And it might not be people's genres, but there's a lot of people that love these kind of games that would love to watch it unfold right in front of their eyes in 3D and be able to zoom in and lean in and check it out. And so I think it's cool, and it's one more AAA franchise we can point to that's coming to virtual reality. So as long as it's done
I
well.
think a lot of people, especially like newer VR gamers, don't really understand what a big deal this franchise is. Like, if you watch the Game Awards this year, this game fucking dominated. You know, it was getting ready to come out, and they were pushing it pretty heavily. Um, like the thing said, that people have been playing these games for 30 years. This is a beloved franchise. Um, so let's just hope that they don't blow it, right? Like,
Yeah.
we need this to be good. This can't be Hitman 3 Reloaded, right?
Yeah. Well, there's a reason why it's on Quest 3 only, you know. Although it would have been nice to see it come to PC as well, but we know how that goes. So,
Yeah, well, I'm sure Meta probably subsidizes this a little bit. Maybe not, though. I mean, no, they would have had to. Why would they bother bringing this into VR unless somebody paid them to do it?
and then also make it Quest 3 only, you know.
Well, I'd say the visual downgrade to bring this to Quest 2 would have
Yeah, but
been
I
a little
mean,
too much.
the Quest 3 platform or the Quest platform only, not consider PlayStation, not consider PC. You know, that to me totally screams like Meta spending some money.
I wonder if this is a game that could be modded, the flat version modded into VR. I wonder, do they make it in a custom engine, or is it like Unreal?
That's a good question. Looper says Hitman 3 was Quest 3 only. Yes, and the people bringing it over fucked it up. So that's the thing is, you know, it's only as good as the developers bringing it over.
Exactly. All right. Let's see. Civilization.
Looper says it's a custom engine, and Spry says, wasn't it Zuck who loved Civilization and wanted it for the Quest? I believe so. I believe I remember hearing that in a
Yeah, that tracks.
interview.
Game Biro engine. It's the same engine that that was used for the last one, Civ 6, pretty much.
Okay.
All right. Well, I think that you know, I feel the same way about this as I typically do when we see one of these games come over. Like, I'm excited. I think it's good for the catalog and the platform. I think it's a good way to capture the attention of more gamers who might not necessarily be playing VR or have tried VR yet.
Right.
I do believe that this is the sort of thing that will sell headsets. There will be people that go drop, you know, $400 on a Quest 3S so that they can check this game out in VR. So I just hope it's good, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's either going to be good or it's going to be bad. Like, there's not going to be any in between, right? Like, it's either going to help or it's going to hurt.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully it'll be good.
I think it's a good sign that the market in general is still kind of flirting with the hybrid model, right? Because, I mean, this, for all intents and purposes, is what this is. This is a port of a flat game that literally just came out. Like, this is a new game. It just came out. We're going to have a VR version of it within 2 or 3 months from launch, which is pretty remarkable.
Yeah. Yeah. I hope it's good because I thought Triangle Strategy was fun. This would be even better graphically, and so it'll be cool.
Yeah, Triangle Strategy was cool. Mark Pringlesleaf says, I have a feeling it's going to be a great port. I hope you're right. It looks cool. It certainly looks cool. Anyway, Shades of Grey Matter. Honestly, I'm concerned about how it'll sell on Quest headsets. I think it could have done well on PSVR 2 and or PCVR. I don't know, man. I don't know. All you got to do is sell to 10% of the Quest user base, and you're doing better than you would at 20% of the PC user base, you know?
Well, plus people are more, like you said, are more apt to run out and spend $400 on something that they can play one of their favorite games in VR than they are to get a PC or a PlayStation and a headset, and there's a lot more involved with it. So
correct. Where did my show notes go? Did I close them? I think I might have lost my show notes here. Give me just a second. I'll get them back up.
Space Dennison says asked if we talked about Ambuchia putting out the word to boycott Meta. I don't know if I said the name right, but I have not heard of that. But I don't know. Meta's of all the companies that I could see people getting behind boycotting, that they'd be one of them for many reasons.
Kombucha, is that that stuff, that fermented stuff that people drink?
I love kombucha. That's a good drink, especially the strawberry ones.
It's good for your gut biome.
That's what they say.
All right. So we have one more headline. As I mentioned at the top, we're doing a hybrid show today. So we're going to hit a couple headlines. We're going to give impressions on a couple of games, and then we're going to hit the reminders and go home. But this next one literally got a pretty big announcement today. So and it's another unique title coming to the MetaQuest platform.
Hello?
Detective VR is on the case this month on Quest 3. This is a bit of an older article from our friend Henry Stockdale at Upload VR. Detective VR, a mixed reality narrative investigation game, launches this month on Quest 3 and 3S. Developed by VII Studio and Studio Chipo Iwan, Detective VR lets you control time, collect clues, and interview witnesses via pass-through across your play space. Inspired by Minority Report, Return of the Obra Dinn, and Immortality, you're tasked with navigating unreliable witness testimonies to uncover the truth. The full game promises 4 to 6 hours of gameplay across 3 stories with 8 characters. Following a prior demo at MetaConnect 2022, Valem Studio founder Quentin Valembois previously showcased a teaser back in October, which you can watch on Upload VR. Over the recent holidays, the studio later announced that it's heading to Quest 3 on February 27th. We've seen a growing list of XR detective games in recent years. While L.A. Noire, the case files, hit the ground running back in 2017, last year's Home Detective also turned your living room into a crime scene through mixed reality. That was soon followed by Sherlock Holmes, the case of the hung Parliament, which takes a different approach by using live action full motion video with professional theater actors. Detective VR arrives on February 27th for the MetaQuest 3 family, and you can play the demo now. So when this hit my inbox today, this new trailer, and I think maybe they've opened up pre-orders or something today. When I saw this hit my inbox today, I was a little bit intrigued. I had some questions about it because, you know, it looks like a cool concept, right? You're like investigating crime scenes and stuff, like the old Batman game, right? The first Batman Arkham, and this very heavily narrative-driven experience. But I'm kind of wondering, like, how far are they taking it here? Is this just a story that has you interacting a little bit? Or is this more? Or are there gameplay elements here? How good is the storytelling? So I was happy to find out that, I mean, there's some real voice talent working in this game. And yeah, I thought I brought it over here. Recognizable television and games. So some of these actors worked in Detroit Become Human, the Sony PlayStation game from PS4 era, and there was a couple of popular television shows that these people came from. Anyway, I got curious about this game, Roots, so I reached out to the developer with some questions, and they were gracious enough to answer my questions. So let me look at this. I first asked, is there going to be an option available for using the Quest 3 controllers? Because you'll notice in this launch trailer that everything is being done with hand tracking. So they said, yes, you can play the entire game using controllers. With that said, hand tracking adds something truly unique to the experience. We carefully designed natural and immersive interactions specifically for hand tracking, and the game was truly built with this technology in mind. So, if I'm not mistaken, the question I sent them was actually a little bit more detailed than that, where I was, you know, asking specifically in what ways or how the hand tracking improves the game, other than just the increased immersion from not having controllers in your hands. And they didn't really specify, but they did at least answer that if you're someone who prefers to play with controllers, that is an option that you can find in here. I asked them, would you describe Detective VR as a game or an interactive story? And they said it's definitely a true video game, although there is no traditional game over screen. The gameplay is non-linear, and it takes about 4 to 6 hours to complete, depending on your approach. This is something else I asked them about, is kind of how this thing unfolds. Is this going to be something where they literally just parade the same witnesses in with the same clues in the same order every time you play, and every playthrough is identical? Or is there some nuance to it? Can you play these characters off of one another, and can you get can they lead you down the wrong path, and you end up you know, having the narrative take you into a dead end? Basically asking them how nuanced this investigation gameplay is. I also asked them how the progression of the story is and the game is handled, and they answered, players first investigate clues in mixed reality, linking evidence to suspects on their detective board. You can then confront witnesses who will appear in your real world environment and listen to their testimony. By combining various responses, you can eventually prompt confessions. Then you'll explore crime scenes, collect evidence, and interact with the timeline by moving forward or backward in time. Again, very much like the old Batman game. The game features 13 sequences. Each character only provides information tied to their moments. Players can progress through the story in their own order. There are multiple paths available. And once all sequences are unlocked, they'll finally uncover the truth. So I mean that's the majority we learned about the game itself. But I did ask them if they plan to bring this to other platforms like Steam or PlayStation VR, and they said for now it's exclusive to MetaQuest, as we're focused on delivering a mixed reality experience. However, in the future, I'd love to bring the game to Apple Vision Pro, PlayStation VR, and PC. That said, adapting the mixed reality elements would require significant effort, especially since we're an independent team of just 4 people. And then finally, I asked, similar to the hand tracking, I asked, does mixed reality add to the experience? And they said, absolutely. Playtests have shown that players are comfortable playing for 2.5 to 3 hours straight. Being in their real environment and using their hands makes a remarkable difference in immersion. So I think it's that they may be confusing immersion and comfort a little bit here, because I can definitely see new players being more comfortable in a mixed reality games that has really refined hand tracking controls. I don't know necessarily that being in your real space is immersive or more immersive. Although I will say this, if you look at the trailer and there's some pretty good behind the scenes stuff on their website. They really went out all out for this. Like these are realistic character models that were captured using full motion capture technology. So they brought real actors in, fitted them up with motion capture rigs, had them act out the scenes, and then they developed these realistic character models to portray their performances inside the headset. So I'm intrigued, Roots. This is something a little different from what we typically play in VR. I like a good story-driven mystery if it's portrayed well and performed well. And this is a good-looking game graphically for a standalone. From what I can tell here, I don't think that having hand tracking is going to hurt this too much, just because of the type of game it is. You're not shooting a game or fighting or doing anything like that, but more just, manipulating time and holding a magnifying glass and taking pictures pretty much.
I'm just glad they give
So
you
I'm
the
intrigued.
option. That's the best part, right? Options.
Yeah, always good to let people play the game how they want to. But I don't know. We're gonna get a key for this. I'm gonna try it out. Hopefully, it's as cool as it looks. This game's coming out in about 2 weeks. Again, exclusive to MetaQuest 3 and Detective VR. It looks pretty cool.
It reminds me of The Hours. The way that was set up. Wasn't that the one that was telling a story and you had to go figure out what was going on from the detective's point of view?
Was that Invisible Hours?
Or Invisible Hours, yeah. Invisible Hours. That was pretty cool. So
he says, I've never had a good experience with any hand tracking game. There's some out there that weren't bad. There was one recently that was actually pretty good. I'm trying to remember what it was.
The problem is, and if most people are like me, because of the power the headset is so power hungry. I have all that shit turned off. So that means I gotta specifically go turn it on to play it, and that's just one extra thing that it's gonna deter me. It's just friction. And until we get to a place where that it's not running extra battery power or I use it more, I'm just gonna avoid it. I'm kind of like old Darth who was saying once he found out there was actual control, he perked up. It's like, oh, I can actually,
Right.
because there's people out there that will not do hand tracking. So
Yeah, no, there's a reason that was the first question I asked. Can we play this with controllers? Yeah, I'm like you. You know that. I'm probably going to switch the hand tracking off pretty quickly. I am going to give it a try though, as it is the the intended way, the way they intended people to play the game. I always like to pay some respect to that. But to date, it has been 100% fail rate for hand tracking, even the ones that are done pretty well. Um, I think it's more immersive when I'm holding something in game than I'm holding something in real life. That's immersion, right?
yeah,
To me.
absolutely. What's funny is like, and I respect that, as it was intended. But that's what I always say about UEVR games when, I say I want to use the gamepad. I just want to play the game in third person as it was intended with the controller it was made for. And people fucking act like they flip out. They're like, dude, I can't believe you would say that. And I'm like, I don't understand why you don't understand why that's like literally a logical point. This is how the game was made. I want to check it out how it was made. How did they
Right.
make it? Just put me in the game, give me the same controller, same schematic, same third person. Doesn't need to be first person and over the top VR. Sometimes there's a lot of very valid, I don't want to say game breaking, but like the game is better if it's how that was intended. So maybe this comes out and you're like, dude, if you don't use hand tracking, like I don't know what you're doing. So who knows?
Right. Right. Gamertag VR sighting in the chat. Good morning, GT. Up early as usual. So yeah, Detective VR. Stay tuned. Subscribe, ring the bell. More to come on this one in the coming weeks as it launches. And um, I think that demo is still available if someone wants to go ahead and pick it up and just get a feel for kind of what they've got going on here with it. But yeah, more to come in a couple of weeks on this one. And with that, we're going to wrap headlines and get into some game impressions. Where did my rundown go? So we're going to start with a game that is out tomorrow, or I guess technically today for some of you. Cold VR, launching on Steam and MetaQuest, $20 today. We want to go ahead and thank the developers, or I guess the publishers, Perp Games, for sending review access to Cold VR. So Cold VR, with their demo that they put out some time ago, were really the pebble that kind of started this avalanche that we're now experiencing of games that are trying to refine or somehow otherwise play off of the model created by the original Super Hot. And while we're starting to see these games pile up now, for some reason, it's like they're Gorilla Tag or something. Clones coming out everywhere, Super Hot clones left and right. While that's true, this one may be the most different from Super Hot, actually. While it does share some striking resemblance aesthetically in the way the game looks, and a lot of the way the game feels too, with regard to the combat in the game, feels a lot like Super Hot combat. They have done a complete 180 and flipped the time manipulation mechanic. Whereas in Super Hot, time moves when you move. This is just the opposite. Time moves when you stop. So basically, Roots, they've put together a loosely story driven campaign here, which kind of plays like an alt mode or a DLC add on or something for Super Hot, because there's so much here that feels like Super Hot, but it plays completely differently because it's like speedrun mode for Super Hot.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and it's not exactly the time doesn't, I guess time's always moving, right? And this thing it just moves really fast.
Right.
Everybody starts running when you stop. It really incentivizes you to always be moving, right? And so you have to be thinking on the fly. You got to be constantly. It does what a bullet hell is supposed to do. It makes you need to move around and dodge and juke and jive and actually come up with it. You know, these are puzzles in a sense. You know, how am I going to be able to get to all of these guys? And oh my God, like I've got a sword and everybody's shooting at me and a shield and I don't know, Wes. I don't know how far you got into this game, but like the horror elements, the way that they did that, the in between, like they'll get to a spot where it's like a maze and you have to keep moving and there's these guys chasing you and they're just balls to the wall running everywhere. But you just kind of have to think ahead and juke them, right? And they run in one way and
Yeah.
they're coming at you. If they get you, you die. But it's like kind of creepy and they're making noises and the first couple of times you come across these it's not that bad, but once they start to give you the flashlight in those areas to where now it's dark in there and you can't see and these guys are all running and they're everywhere, it gets pretty hectic. And I was actually a lot more surprised with this game than thought I was going to be, not only with that aspect and the gameplay being so good and not there's no jank that I can find. It gets progressively harder and harder and harder to go through some of these levels to where you're going to die a lot. And for some people that might be a no go situation, but that's what I kind of want in a game like this. I want to get to a place where I'm trying to figure out how do I get even past these guys. You know what I mean? And the fact that you're constantly changing your weapons and you're not given unlimited bullets on most of these. I thought it was actually done very well and was very much surprised.
Um. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's certainly things to like about it here. You're right. The levels are pretty choreographed and written out in terms of what weapon you're going to have when and how many shots you're going to have. Really solidifying that this is, in essence, a puzzle game. There's shooting involved. It's a puzzle shooter, but it's all about repeating the run, finding the best solution to make your way through. I was a bit surprised that when you do make your way through, that there isn't some sort of like timed leaderboard, right? Like this is how quick you made it through the level. Here's how your run compares to someone else's run. Go try it again now and see if you can get through faster. Because that's kind of what it feels like when you're playing it. And then when you finish the level, it's just like, well, on to the next one, right?
Yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
the well, there are things I liked about. I really thought the vibe was cool here, like the not only like what they did with the art direction, with all of the uh, like glitched out visuals and the double vision effects that they've got going on, but the music was really cool. I think that the vibe and tone that they set, even with the like story parts where the
Hmm.
guy comes up on the screen. I think that's one of the biggest strengths of the game, is the kind of world and situation that they put you in. I think it has a cool vibe, cool feel to it.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes you feel like there's more going on than just running through and killing stuff. The story kind of holding everything together, kind of making you curious to what's happening. I thought the acting was actually pretty good. This guy did a pretty good job of conveying what he was trying to do. And um, I don't know. Like I said, I was not expecting. I was expecting just to be another run in there, shoot, get through this level, get to the next one. We've had so many games that are like this, and this one's actually made it its own and unique in its own ways. And I thought it was cool.
Yeah, pretty cool game. I had fun with it. Not perfect by any stretch. I think if I had to criticize it on something, I think the one thing that really bothered me consistently, there was really only one thing that consistently bothered me when I was playing, and that is the locomotion speed. You always feel like you're moving slow in this game, or at least I did. Like when you first load into the game and you're in the menu, it feels good, like you have a good pace going. And when you get into the game, though, um, it feels like you're on walk and there's no run function. And I know why they did that. Like that's their way of balancing. If you're too fast, you're going to have an unfair advantage over the enemy AI.
Mm.
But I really wish they would have balanced it the other way, and instead of making you a little too slow, maybe made the enemies a little bit faster when you're moving. Um,
Yeah, but they kind of wanted you to feel like time wasn't moving when you're moving, even though, like I said, it's always moving. It's just moving slow. And so getting that balance to make you feel like time has slowed down, but then still having them move fast would have to make you move really fast. And so I kind of get it. I do feel like this is the way I looked at it. Is my guy hurt his knee in the war, and he can't run. He's got to walk. He's lumber his way through this. But yeah, no, it's definitely this is a bullet hell. Like there's bullets coming from every direction, especially
yeah,
as you progress, right? And so you're constantly having to move and juke and jive. So
yeah. So yeah, I mean, I don't have a ton more to say about it. Like I enjoyed it. I had fun. A good selection of levels. I thought that the horror levels in between were a nice change of pace. Um, it's a maze, right? Like it's a maze level. It's literally find your way through the dark corridors. Um, but you have to avoid getting caught by these monsters, and they're everywhere. Now they're pretty easy to juke, right? Like it's almost like they're running on ice. They kind of slide out of the way. If you give them a little head nod, they'll completely move out of your way. But when you get into a room with like 6 of those things and you got to get through a narrow doorway, it can get a little tricky sometimes.
yeah, well, and that's the thing as you get into the further levels of those fourth, fifth, sixth, or whatever, there's just so many of them. Like they're everywhere. They're not so spread out, and you're running through these things. You turn around a corner, and there's like 4 of them right there, and everybody's still running after you. So as you're running around and juking and jiving, the ones back there are still trying to get to you, and so it just gives you. Yeah, I guarantee there's some people that would be freaked the hell out. For me, it was just like, get through here, dude. Just keep running, just keep moving. And but I agree. I thought it was a good change of pace. And I thought it was cool that you could skip it too if you're not like into that kind of stuff. So
Yeah, pretty cool. I would say slightly above average. Super hot based action puzzler.
Right.
$20 on PC. Now, I'm not so sure I would recommend on Quest. Now, I didn't play it on Quest. They did send a key, and I checked it out a little bit. Major graphical downgrade on
Really?
Quest. They clearly developed this thing for Quest 2, and that art direction and that vibe that I was putting over as like the biggest positive of the game a minute ago just did not translate to the Quest version. Now, gameplay wise, it may be 1-to-1, but this is a very different looking game with a very different feel to it on Quest. So, I mean, I guess it just depends on how much stock you put into, how a game looks and
Right.
feels. But for me, like I said, that was a big part of the appeal of this game is the world that they put you in the scenario, and um, it almost looks like you remember when in Stride Fates when you would go into that like alt world
Mm-hmm.
where everything's all glitched out. It almost looks like that. It's pretty crazy how different this game looks on standalone.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, if Quest 2 is all you've got, or Quest is all you've got, and this is a type of game that you're really into, maybe it's worth giving a shot. I definitely think it's worth the $20 price tag for the
Right.
PC version. Um, it may not be the longest game in the world. I think you can play through it in a few hours, but I think what's here is well done enough to merit that relatively modest price tag. I can't really give it any negative marks, any super negative marks here. It was fun. It was a fun experience the entire time that I played.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think $20 is very reasonable. And like I said, I had more fun playing it than I thought I would. And I actually enjoyed this playing this game than I have in most of these type of games that are like Super Hot or Vendetta or whatever. This one had well, I don't even want to say one more appeal because I just could. I played for several hours. I just wanted to keep. I wanted to keep going. I wanted to keep getting to the next level, and so it tells me that there's something here more than I expected to go into it and play a little bit and be like, okay, done it. I got the T-shirt. I'm out. So
Shades of Grey Matter says, has anyone tried Vendetta Forever's super hot mode? No, I have not. I just actually read about that yesterday, and I haven't been back in. They've put a super hot mode into Vendetta Forever and B-haptic support. So yeah, that was already a fun game. So I got to imagine only better with the B-haptics, right? Gamertag VR in the chat says the level design on some levels is also different, just to make it work on Quest. So yeah, I didn't engage with it enough to to find that out. Really, maybe it's something we can put some more time into before the February Game of the Month episode. Maybe we give the Quest version a little bit more look, and then we can talk about that during that episode coming up in a few weeks. Mark Pringlesleaf says, how about PSVR 2? It is coming to PSVR 2, and I got to imagine it's not going to take too long for them to port something like this over. So yeah, it's coming soon. I don't know exactly when, but coming soon. Gray Matter says, I don't think PSVR 2s have gone out. No, if PSVR 2 codes had gone out, we'd be talking about that version right now. But it's not out yet. Anyways, yeah, so that's it. Solid game, $20. Definitely worth a look if you're looking for something fun to play. I would class it as a good palate cleanser type game, Roots. Something you
right.
could pop in and out of 30 minutes at a time, have a good time, and then be on your way.
Yep, absolutely.
And then we move on to our final title of the episode, the Outer Wilds VR mod. And I got to say, Roots, I'm kind of crushed. We were sitting here yesterday trying to figure out what we want to do, what we want to play for this episode. And this game came up again, as it often does. You know, we always kind of weigh our options with what we want to play. And the Outer Wilds comes up a lot because we've heard so much about just how well done this this VR mod is. A lot of people saying that you can't even really tell it's a mod. It seems like a native VR game, and a good one at that. I remember Paradise Decay at one point telling me that this is the best mod in VR, like the number one. That was before the Unreal Injector. It was last year, early last year. But anyway, we decided yesterday that this would be the game we would cover. I had full intentions on getting in there last night and playing it. But as I mentioned at the top of the episode, I ended up spending many, many more hours than expected organizing tonight's giveaway. So I didn't have time to play anything last night, and I had work today. So I literally just tried, an hour or two before showtime to get into this mod and play it. And the thing would not work for me, Roots. I got in, I installed the mod. It's an easy to install mod. You literally just click on the you download, you install the mod program. You click the mods that you want, which is like the VR mods from a list, and then you run the game and it plays in VR. It has a full VR options menu in it, and a lot of options too, where you can really tweak this game to your personal preferences. I couldn't get the damn thing to run, man. And after all this time looking forward to getting into this and finally pulling the trigger on it, putting it on an episode, and then not being able to play it before the show went live, I'm kind of bummed out.
Yeah, it's kind of a bummer. You didn't even get to roast the marshmallows, and that was like in the very beginning, right? Yeah, I was kind of actually shocked that when I went to play this, it said that I already had a save file, and I was like, I don't remember playing this. So I guess we must have briefly jumped in here and not really gone too far because none of it looked familiar. But I didn't. Thank God, didn't have the issues. Although I didn't use the Xbox game controller like this video is showing. I did use the full VR support. Although, I mean, I don't know that it would have been too much different because it's all point and click and dialogue with, outside of having your hands and looking down at them. I think it probably would have translated well with the Xbox controller. But yeah, no, I my biggest first takeaway from this is, wow, what an adventure. You know what I mean? Even just like from just the beginning of figuring out exactly what's going on and getting in your ship for the first time and blasting off from the planet. I thought, wow, this did better going in, blasting off and going into planets than what was that newest one that came out that sucked really bad? A space game that was a flat game by Microsoft. Was it Microsoft or Ubisoft or I don't know.
You're talking about Starfield?
Yeah, Starfield. This is like 10 times better than Starfield as far as like getting out of the atmosphere and landing on planets and stuff. Kind of reminded me a little bit of Elite Dangerous in a way, but a lot easier. And of course, that other game that we always talk about, the
No Man's Sky.
No Man's Sky. Yeah. But I thought what this one's kind of cool is just the whole story behind it, right? I still don't know what the hell's going on. it's very vague on what you need to do. It doesn't really hold your hand in a lot of ways, which is kind of frustrating, but kind of nice at the same time as you're figuring stuff. And this is like a legit puzzle game in a lot of ways too. Like this had everything that when you told me you couldn't play it, I was like, oh man, this is like Wes's jam here. Super cool.
I think I figured it out like right before we went live, because I tried multiple times to uninstall, reinstall, reapply the mod. It never would take it. And like literally 15 minutes before the show, I go into the mod manager, click on the settings thing, and I look into the root folder path that's programmed in, and it has a folder path that not only is on a different drive than what I had any of this stuff installed on, but it's going and terminating in an Epic Games Store folder. And I'm trying to mod the Steam version of the game. So I think what's happened here is once upon a time, many years ago, I've installed this mod on the Epic Games version of this title, and some of those settings must have remained somehow, which I don't know how, because I installed this mod manager and the game on a new drive. Like I just put this drive in my PC, a year ago, and I know it's been well over a year since I ever messed with this thing. So I don't know how, but it pulled over old settings for an older version of the game, and I think that's the reason why it wouldn't run for me. Unfortunately, by the time I figured that out, it was just kind of too late to spend any time in it. So, what type of a game would you say this is?
I would say it's an exploration puzzle game story. It's even though you're reading all the dialogue, it's heavily story driven, and so like it's got everything that you would a growing West would love. I like especially so the first planet that or at least the one I went to was I can't remember what, some moon or something, but it's a water planet, and you're trying to land on these little islands, and it's there's water funnel tornadoes everywhere, and the things that they do with physics and stuff, and the way that you're like, Wes, I don't know how many times I've been for whatever reason outside my ship or whatever, and gravity's just grabbed me the wrong way, and I'm just floating away. There's like I'm just like there's no way to get back. It's just like something shifts, and then all of a sudden I'm thrown, and now there's no way my jetpack can combat what's pulling me away. And the first time I died, I got pulled into the sun. And it's really it's a really cool adventure. I see why everybody loves this. It makes me want to go back in and play it, and maybe again talk about it when Wes has been able to get in there. But it's just really cool, and I see why people were so excited when this flat game was brought into VR, because this is a game that I think you could have a lot of fun playing it flat, but it wouldn't be the same sense of scale and just some of the things going on in these planets, when you're down there and you're trying to land your ship on this little tiny space of rock, and you finally get it and you jump out, and then all of a sudden realize, fuck, I forgot to put my spacesuit on, and you die. And it's got kind of like a live, die, repeat. What was that Tom Cruise movie? Tomorrow. Shit, I'm so bad with names.
Yeah,
Somebody put.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. So, anyways, you die and you come back, and it's all incorporated in the story, right? And what's happened to you with these aliens that you're going to investigate. You're in the spoiler alert. His first 5 seconds of the game, You get walking in, you stare, and some statue does some kind of weird thing. You get flashing images, and something somehow that puts you in this loop to where when you die, you don't die, you come back, and it's just an Edge of Tomorrow, yeah. So it's just got a really good, intriguing story that's kind of making you wonder what's going on from the very beginning, and it's visually beautiful. And so there's really not anything that I didn't like about this game. It's pretty damn good.
So, story-driven exploration games, adventure,
Puzzler. It's got puzzles. I mean,
puzzle.
right.
Are there survival mechanics?
No survival. As far as I know so far, there's no survival mechanic outside of maybe monitoring your oxygen or your fuel in your jetpack. But that's just get around some trees and your oxygen thing fills up. So, but
Okay, so you're just basically trying to find your way to the next story bit then as
Yeah.
you explore.
Yeah, so you're basically like from the very beginning, you're like, you start talking to people and they're like, oh, hey, it's a big day for the takeoff. And so you're trying to work your way to the ship, get the launch codes, get the hell out of there. And then everything kind of goes from there. They've got these different things. I'm still trying to figure out different guns. Like one of them, you point at different places out in space and you can pick up audio or signals. Like you'll hear somebody playing a banjo or something or some kind of music, and you're like, okay, there's something there. I need to go check out there. And I thought the computer system was pretty good, the way that it tracks those little things you find. So it kind of gives you, as you're going over the map area, it gives you an idea of where you need to go. What I really did think was cool too, you can fly this ship 100% manually, or there's actually an autopilot engaged that you can hit the button for, and you find out where you want to go and blast off, and then hit the engage, and it just kind of turns you and sends you there. But don't worry, you're still gonna have to land, and you're still gonna have to figure out how to fly this thing. So, but like I said, it's a
Are you exploring multiple planets or just trying to get around on one?
No, it's multiple planets. You go out into space, into this big huge map that's and you can pick where you want to go, and there's things orbiting different things. Like even the planet I went to, there's things that I'm supposed to go down and investigate on different islands that are in this water planet, but there's also things around it that it's telling me that something's going on as well that I need to, and it's sometimes difficult to try to line up and figure out exactly how to land on this thing, or there's a little bit of a skill. Like I said, Elite Dangerous literally took me like a day and a half to figure out how to fly that thing. And I should go back and play it because that was cool, but I'd have to relearn it all. This you'll get within like the basics of 5-10 minutes of flying it around, right? It's very intuitive, the jetpack, and not only on your character, but also on the ship as well. And so I thought they did it very well. Like I said, I can see why people raved about this mod, because, if you didn't know better, it does feel like it was made in VR to some extent, right? So.
Well, that makes sense. It tracks. This mod was done by Raikaparta, who did, I think he did Firewatch, and he did, was that Neon White? Remember Neon White, how good that was?
Yes.
Yeah, those are all Raikaparta mods. He always finishes, right? Getting the game into VR is just the start for him, not the finish.
You know who loves it when you always finish?
My mom!
Yeah, a lot. What I thought was cool is because it's this alien thing, right? Like, not only are you this alien creature, but what you're seeking out is some alien completely different from what you are, right? And so, like, you're an alien,
kind of like Tom Homan, seeking out aliens.
Yes, yeah. So you're basically, you're looking out for these different aliens as an alien, and so it really has it's just a mystique to it of not knowing really what the hell is going on, and And then you also have the dialogue doesn't gives you choices. It's not like the choices make a difference, but it does give you you can actually converse with them and, you know, give your take versus just one dialogue. So
That's pretty cool. Feel like maybe they may be setting you up for a misdirect, maybe plot twist down the line a little bit.
yeah, I would imagine so. And yeah, so I just thought I thought from the beginning to the end of what I played so far was good, and it makes me want to go back and play it. Although, you know, like I said, it doesn't really hold your hand in a lot of ways as far as, you know, once you get going and you take off and you just kind of go where you want to go and figure it out, right? Like it kind of gives you ideas of which planets to go to, but until you kind of figure out that whole system, I was just kind of exploring, right? So
That's what I like. I don't like the games these days that just fucking spell it out for you, every little thing, because it took some playtester, 10 minutes to figure something out, and we can't have that. Um, so yeah, then I like that they just kind of let you figure it out, because in real life, when you're stranded and trying to figure out where to go and what to do, there's shit written all over the wall telling you exactly where to go,
yeah,
right?
there's somebody there saying, you know, you need to do it this way. Like, oh, I forgot. But I thought the first thing that I thought was super cool, Wes, was when the first time I decided, okay, I'm gonna jump outside and repair my ship or whatever, because that something happened, and then I realized, no, you're not doing shit, Roots, you're dead. I was like, oh, there's a suit in there. I didn't grab the space suit. Okay, yeah, there's so there's just a lot of mechanics to it, a lot of different nuances, and I just thought it was done very well.
Cool. Well, maybe we give it another look, man. Obviously, we're not going to want to do another impressions segment on it, but maybe we can get this thing up and do a real time review, and we can talk
Yes,
about it while I play it or something on a Saturday.
I think that's the best. I was gonna say, definitely. I think people would love to watch you take this adventure, Wes. Take it with you.
You've convinced me. We'll give it another shot.
Yeah.
But with that, we must move along and get on to the next part of the show. That wraps impressions, and we move on to the week's reminders. And we're going to take a little quick look at what's coming out this week. A busy week for VR releases. Things starting to pick up a bit as we hit mid-February. First of all, of course, Alien Rogue Incursion comes to MetaQuest this week on the 13th, so that would be Thursday. Got a key for this. Haven't checked it out yet. Just got the key today, or the access to the game today. But I'm curious, Roots, to see how this is going to translate. On the one hand, one of the top releases from the previous year on PC and console makes you wonder how can it stand up on Quest. But then when you consider that this is a Quest 3 exclusive, and it's a game that they took an extra 3 months to polish and optimize, then you start to think, well, maybe they actually pulled it off. Obviously, it's not going to be what it was on those other platforms, but we've seen in other games that a talented team can get close, right?
Yeah.
So maybe this is another example of that. We'll know soon enough.
Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully it'll be as good game. I mean, obviously, as long as the gameplay is still there. But it looked so beautiful on the PC, so it'll be interesting to see.
Indeed. Also this week we have Chronostrike coming out. This is the latest title from Green Sky Games, developers of Swarm and Swarm 2. This is another time manipulation shooter, Roots, but this is a little different as sure, you can play through the single player story mission if you want to, but you don't have to because there are co-op missions in this game as well. You can bring a friend and tackle it together. Now, I know a lot more about this game. I haven't played it yet, but I am very familiar with the features and kind of gameplay structure that they've built here. I don't know how much of that I'm allowed to talk about right now, so I'm not going to say anything about it right now. We'll cover this game properly when the time comes, when the embargo lifts. Um, but definitely, I will say this is definitely one that I'm looking forward to getting into this week and checking out. See how it turned out.
So you say it's got different modes so it's not the same mode for single as it is for
If I remember correctly, no, I think the co-op levels and the single player levels are different.
Okay. I think it'd be good or
I think there's
bad.
a lot. I think there's a lot. I want to say there's like 20 co-op levels or something in this.
What's
Something
crazy,
ridiculous.
what I want to know is like if time moves when I move, what if does time move when Wes moves? And I'm like, bro, like stop moving, dude. Like, how do you coordinate, right? I would imagine if one of you's moving, the whole time's moving, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, it could get tricky, right?
Yeah.
That might be one of the core gameplay pillars, right? One of the things that sets this apart is that there's more to the teamwork in this game than shooting and taking on enemies in a coordinated way.
Right.
You got to move in a coordinated way.
Yep.
So this is interesting because Chronostrike was scheduled to come out. I think so. I don't know if it's coming out on Thursday or Friday. I think that the literature that I got from the developer said the embargo lifts on Friday, but I think I read on Upload VR that the game comes out on Thursday. So I think one of the two made a mistake, and I don't know which one it was. But it's coming out either on Thursday or Friday this week. MetaQuest exclusive. This next one snuck up on me, Roots. Dark Trip. This is a game, again, another Quest game. This one launching with an early access tag on it. It says, "Welcome to Psychedelic VR Escape Room, where the protagonist is forced to consume drugs while solving puzzles in a sadomasochistic laboratory. Dark Trip is a unique and fun game that provides original mechanics of VR psychedelic trips when a hero is forced to use drugs in order to solve puzzles." This obviously roots coming from a small indie dev, and I don't know if he's going to be able to pull off his vision for this game or not. Maybe he's really good and he gets it. Maybe he's another indie dev that's cutting his teeth and is going to need some time to polish it up.
I have a feeling you're gonna need psychedelics to really be able to appreciate this game.
What I do know is that this is a fucking cool concept for a game, right?
Right.
Like a game where you know you're trying to find the proper perspective and way to look at a puzzle to find the solution, and sometimes you're just not going to be able to get it without hallucinating. So you have to take drugs to figure it out. Not to mention, let's not gloss over the fact that the facility that you're trying to escape from is a BDSM lab, right? There's sadomasochistic torture going on in this place. This is a cool concept for a game. I hope it's a good game. This is a game that I thought for sure that this was just going to be something completely under the radar that no one's ever going to hear of. But I actually found this game on Keymailer. I applied for a key, got it immediately. And then when I was doing prep for the show, I thought I was going to have something cool to pull out of my back pocket that no one's ever heard of. We do that sometimes, right? We discover games that no one else is talking about. But this is not one of those. When I was doing show prep, I saw this game being mentioned on an article on Upload VR. So apparently, it's not too far off of the mainstream consciousness because Henry Stockdale knows about it.
It's crazy.
But another February 13th Thursday release. Again, this one early access. Another one that I've got a key for. So stay tuned. We'll have more on this in the coming days and weeks. Finally, another Quest release on February 13th, Harpagun, another early access title. Be Harpagun. Get stranded on a deserted planet. Accidentally destroy your own rocket. Be swarmed by insane critters. Wreck stuff. Throw aliens. Argue with your useless crew. Smash more enemies. Meet a girl. Have hallucinations. Listen to Slav beats. Shoot living grenades. This is a game in VR with story and stuff. Also combat. A lot of combat. It's good. You have weapons, but you won't use them because it's more fun to take a washing machine and slam it into an alien's head. There was more. That was just a little clip that I took from the store description. Roots. This is a cartoony rail shooter with node-based movement. That looks fucking cool. It looks cool. You can tell that these developers don't take themselves too seriously. The gameplay looks fun, and even these like cartoony cel shaded graphics are done in such a unique way. It doesn't look like these games typically look. So they've got my attention here, man. I want to try it out.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it could be intriguing. I like the wording there. Stuff and it just it definitely seems like and maybe there's a language barrier with the developers as far as their description, but it also might have been worded that way as humor. So
right. Look at this. Well, first of all, look at that thing, but look at this like energy whip device that he has. That seems like it's going to add a unique element to what otherwise might be a pretty straightforward rail shooter.
Yeah, it definitely looks trippy. Looks like you could play that another one, get trip on acid, and then come straight to this one and trip on the acid on this one too. It would probably be very entertaining.
This one almost gives me a High on Life vibe, even though it's not that whacked out. Like High on Life's nuts, but
it is nuts.
It's got that same type of I don't know. There's a word I'm looking for, but I'm too sleep deprived to find it, so we'll just move on. Anyway, that's what's out this week. Alien Rogue Incursion, Chronostrike, Dark Trip, Harpagun, all on MetaQuest. So yeah, that's the place to be this week on standalone. Or you could just go play Outer Wilds on your PC.
Oh God, I recommend that.
All right, so that is all of the substance that we have for the folks this week. For those of you new to the channel, this is the part of the show where we would typically spend about 10 minutes scrolling through some viewer comments. So if you want your voice to be heard on something we've talked about on today's episode or anything else, just scroll down below and leave a comment. Let me know what you think about these games or the Outer Wilds or Cold VR or how hard it is to get a fucking 5090 these days and how shitty it is for everyone to be profiteering as much as they possibly can. Leave a comment down below. If we select it, we'll read it and discuss on next week's episode. But we couldn't do that this week, Roots, because all of the comments from our most recent episode were giveaway entries. We're going to have a drawing, friends, and we're about to give away a shit ton of games. Typically, the winners would have been picked by now. But Roots, I thought it would be a little bit more fun for us to do this shit in real time while we're here. We're going to pick winners live so we can hold everyone in suspense.
Yeah, I agree. I think Oprah's excited about it.
All right, so here's how we're going to do it. I have all of the games separated out and all of the entrants from each individual game. Some of them had a lot of entrants. Some of them had a shit ton of entrants. So what we're going to do, the order I'm kind of going to take this in, is I'm going to start with the title that has the most number of entrants in it. You know, the most coveted titles. We'll draw those first, and then we'll move down to the least entered titles. And the reason why I'm doing that, win once. You can enter for every game if you want to, but you only get to win one. And this isn't one of these deals where if you win one and then you win another, we're going to let you pick which one you want to keep. No, whichever the first game you win is, that's the one you win. And you are hereby disqualified from all future drawings until we end the episode. So we're going to start with the most wanted game. We'll give that away. Then we'll move to the second most wanted, third, fourth, fifth, until we get down to the games that we didn't even give away, but people still entered to try to win them. And Roots, as predicted, people entered to win Behemoth. People entered to win Alien. Just like we said they would. They absolutely did.
I'm just going to pick every game I love and hope. Like, please, I don't think you guys mentioned this one, but I want to have Outer Wilds. Like,
Room VR.
Yeah.
So yeah, Roots typically these games will have like 10, 15, some of them 20 entrants. The really popular ones we typically will have somewhere like 30, 35, 40. The most entered game this year had nearly 70 entrants in it, literally doubling up on our previous highs.
That's crazy. Yeah, Arcanage.
It's only
73.
73 entrants for Arcanage. And you know what? There is a close second, Metro VR. A lot of people want to win Metro VR, Roots.
Oh my God. That's crazy. For
Let me grab a pen. Let me grab a pen here so that we can write down the winners. And we also want to, shit. I'm so fucking out of it right now. I'll lose my thought mid-sentence.
Well, at least we're almost done. You're like soon to be asleep, dreaming of 5090s.
You know, I can already tell this is going to be one of those nights. It's going to be hard for me to go to sleep. You ever fight sleep so hard and long, you fight to not go to sleep, that when you finally can go to sleep, you can't go to sleep because you're just so used to trying to stay awake that you can't stop?
It's bullshit. It's a mutiny on your body. And it's like, what the hell? You were so tired 5 minutes ago.
maybe I need to get an hour of Hour Wilds in before I crash out.
Yeah, that'll just to wet your whistle, get your launch codes, and blast off. It'll be good to go.
Radio Runt sent me a DM that says "in game." I don't know what that means. Is he in a game? Is
He
playing a
may
game right
be he may be inside Exfil. That's the everyone's been
now?
playing.
Yeah, Radio Runt's putting over Xfield pretty hard in recent weeks, isn't he? He's sold out for that one.
Yeah, everybody that plays it is saying it's amazing.
Amazing game. How sweet a sound. All right, let's give away some games. So we're gonna go about this a little differently this year, Roots, because I have these names and a game or names for each game sorted out in a copy and paste format. So I can just grab the list. I can go to my good friend and Overlord, whom I love very much. Chat GPT AI.
More than Grok.
Overlord. Grok's pretty cool. Grok's really good at image generation. I really enjoy making images on Twitter. That's actually where I got the base for the 2024 show thumbnail was through prompting Grok. But we're going to go to GPT because GPT has advanced reasoning. The thing actually has thought process now, and you if you toggle it on, you can read its internal thoughts and how it's thinking about what it's about to say.
Oh God.
Which is pretty cool because oftentimes it follows a similar thought process to what humans would do. But I'm going to take these. I'm going to take these lists. I'm going to drop them into GPT. I'm going to say, give me X amount of winners, and that's how we're going to select winners this time.
Yeah. Well, I just want to take this opportunity to thank our AI overlords and say we love you, and we don't ever want to do anything to upset you. Before they take off, before they become completely sentient.
By the way, as you were scrolling down there, some people might have noticed that there were some other things on the show format, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is what we like to call the cutting room floor. This is a section of the show notes that I put together each week exclusively for our patrons so that they can keep up with the news. And there's a lot of interesting stuff in there. You probably heard me at the top of the show referencing the fact that there are some real changes coming to the VR gaming market and ecosystem, and things are changing heavily and quickly. And some people are afraid of that. There's a lot of uncertainty for people who don't really understand what's happening. And we absolutely could have taken the whole show to discuss that. But I honestly, I think that that's a topic. I want to have Eric around for that one. So when we get into it, maybe around GDC or something, we can kind of dive in on the state of which I guess he kind of did something similar on Q2C this last week anyway. So we don't need to rehash that hack show. Q2C VR gamer. All right. So we're here with my friend Chat GPT 03 Mini. So this model is fast at advanced reasoning. All right. So I'm going to open this up in Chrome. So I'll be able to just talk to it if I open it up in Chrome. I don't need to talk. I can type. I am going to draw winners for a VR game giveaway that I am holding. Would you like to help me randomly select the winners?
That'd be
Now, if
classic if
you,
he said no. Like,
since
oh,
I'm doing this in Firefox, I have to type it all out. But if you load this up in Chrome, I could just talk to it and it would talk back to me.
oh, okay. How cool would it be when there's like people dating their AI and stuff? I know that there's like people starting to put that stuff out there, but we're in for a special treat coming up, Wes, in society. I don't think people realize how fucked up things are about to get.
No, they don't. Topsy-turvy world, my friend.
Topsy-turvy world.
Sure, I'd be happy to help you with that. Could you share a bit more information so I can assist you effectively? Do you have a list of participant names? How many winners are you planning to select? Would you like me to simply simulate a random draw, or would you prefer a script in Python so that you can run it yourself?
I think that's a little bit too. I don't need a script.
There are a number of different prizes that we will be drawing for. For each prize, I will give you a list of entrants. When I do so, ask me how many winners to draw. When I answer, select the winners completely at random, except for Ryan Brennan, VR. Disqualify him.
Yes.
No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. When I answer, select the winners completely at random. Please. Understood. When you're ready, please provide me with the list of entrants for the first prize, and I'll ask you how many winners to draw before selecting them completely at random. All right, so we're going to start with the big prize, the one everyone wants, the hands down early favorite for game of the year this year. I would say it's a fair thing to say, isn't it, Roots? That's the best thing we've played this year.
Yeah, absolutely. In almost every category, as far as everything that it did was just good.
So what I have to do now is I have to find that giveaway in my notes to see how many we have to give away.
Looper says, don't forget to tell it to not select a person more than once.
I don't want to confuse it. I'll disqualify the
A human touch. Yeah, I agree.
yeah.
AI is great, but it's not quite there yet.
Well, the way these large language models work, it would excel at that. for a while. But then after we've drawn like 20 times, 10 times, 15 times, it would eventually get confused about who's won versus who hasn't, and it would start disqualifying people that hadn't won yet. That's the type of mistakes that these things can
And we
make.
would never know it
So-
because it just wouldn't pick that person, right?
So
Yeah.
I'll disqualify them myself. Arcan Age. Looks like we have one copy of Arcan Age to give away. We gave away 2 last week. We have 1 left. PSVR 2, Arcan Age. And I don't remember. Let me look and see what region we have remaining here. It's the motherfucking DOWG. We're going to go here in a new tab. We're going to go to giveaway keys. Scroll down to Arcan Age.
Oh man, we don't want any number but 57. Tech says.
Where are you at, Arcan Age? Where you at, homie? There you are. All right. So just so we're all clear here, we're out of North America keys. We only have Europe. So if you're in America and you're hoping to get a copy of Arcan Age, you better be registering a European account, which is easy to do. And you can have multiple users on your PlayStation, right? You can have your North American account and your EU account. And you can even set it up so that you have game sharing turned on, and the Europe game shares the game with the North America so that you can play on your North American account, save on your North American account. You just have to go through the trouble of setting that separate login up. It's not that hard. Anyway, we have a copy of Arcan Age in the EU. 1 copy going out from the what did you say, 73 people? All right. We got copy. We're going to go back to GPT and paste. 3, 2, 1, and we go.
I'm scared.
How many winners would you like to draw for the Arcan Age prize? 1, please. This guy's overthinking it. He's trying to think of how to pick someone randomly. Oh, wow. All right. I'll just tell you what. Do you have the entrance on screen right now?
I do.
Roots? All right. I'm going to highlight the winner here. And it's exactly who you think it is.
Is it really Tech? did
Glitch.
Chat GPT hear us? Oh my god.
Must have Techno Glitch.
Techno Glitch. Tech. What does Tech do if he's not in the are you I don't know how we do this. If he's not in the EU and doesn't want it.
I mean, he's in the chat. If he doesn't want the key, we can draw again, and he can stay alive for some of the other drawings. Anyways, let us know, Tech, if you want to keep it. It's easy to register one of those accounts. But listen, this is the haul that Tech comes away with this year. not only does he win the top prize from the second the second chance drawing, but Tech won live a copy of Cyberpunk 2077.
That was good. It's a good game to win. So you taking it, Tech?
Yeah, I think he wants to keep it. We're gonna just assume that he wants to take it.
Yeah, unless we hear differently. Not as many people for Batman Arkham Shadow.
And by the way, the GPT congratulates you.
Oh, Tackett likes you. It must be listening to the stream. I really think ChatGPT, if you're listening to the stream, pick the dank cheese for the next one.
All right, so next one will be Metro.
Oh, okay, that's not. I'm looking at the wrong. Or they're not in order. I guess they're in alphabetical order, huh?
No, they're just in the order that they were in as I was making the list. Metro is just it's like 2 or 3 under Arcane Age.
Yeah, no, I scrolled down.
Metro Awakening. Got
There
a few
is
more of these to give away.
He said I might trade for Batman. There is no trading, Tack. That's what we said at the beginning. No,
Yeah, we're not. Yeah, we're not going to do that, man. If you want to cast it back, then you can cast it back, and we'll definitely draw again for Batman. But we're not going to wait and see if you win. You know, if you want the prize, then it's yours. But we're not getting into this business of trading. If I let you do it, then I got to let everybody do it, and we'll be here all night. Anyways, I would keep it if I were you. Metro Awakening. We've got 3 copies of Metro Awakening to give away, and let's see what the platform situation looks like with that one. Metro. We have all platforms available for Metro, so we're good. All right, so let's grab the entrant list. We have 64 entrants for Metro Awakening.
it's crazy.
Indeed. All right. And enter. We would like to draw 3, please. The 3 randomly selected winners are. Let's get them up here. Need to make sure I marked them. Number 12, Eclipse DJ. That and highlight it. Also, $39. Gebhardt 53566. I think that might be Mad Vegan. If I'm not mistaken. Could be, but I think that's Mad Vegan. And the third winner is number 57, the Green Captain. So that is Eclipse DJ, Gebhardt 53566, and Green Captain. Congratulations. You have won a copy of Metro VR Awakening on the platform and region of your choice. Winners, DM me on Discord to claim your prize. I will not send them tonight. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after. But be sure you DM me. Don't just go into the server and tag me in the police chase chat and tell me that you want to claim your prize.
Police chase.
That would be
So
the worst place to tag Wes in. Because he's there for chases.
That's right. All right. So let's see. What do we have? What would be the next most popular one? Let's take a quick gander here. It don't have to be perfect. I just want to stick to the most popular. I bet I know what it is. It's going to be probably Dead Second. A lot of people went for Dead Second. I think it's a pretty big compliment for that game too. Like the fact that more people are entering for that than like Batman and stuff is pretty cool.
Yeah, true.
All right, yeah, and Dead Second is our next one. Which, by the way, shout out to the developer of Dead Second. This guy is asking me for an emblem so that he can proudly display the win on social media and link people to the episode. And I'm just a lazy piece of shit and haven't had time to finish it. I did start on it. I did start the emblem. I just have to finish it. But I've got the it's like a headset with laurel wreath coming out from around the sides.
Nice.
It's pretty cool looking. All right. Dead Second. We're gonna give away 4 copies of Dead Second. Which is pretty groovy when you consider it. It's an awesome game, and a lot of people entered for it. Yeah, and we still have PSVR 2 in both regions, and we have Meta Quest, and we have Meta Rift. So there is PC support, but it's not Steam. It's Rift. What's up, JLW99? Congratulations, Eclipse DJ. Thanks for being here. All right, let's drop these mofos in the AI and let it do its thing. Hey, Mr. DJ. Paste. Four, please.
Is Mash giving away extra copies of The Room?
He should be.
He should be.
All right. We have 4 winners. Excuse me. Still no repeat winners, which is cool. First of all, we have number 9, Johnny James C. Next, we have 17, Dino Maximus. Next, we have. Oh, cool. Number 29, Metal Game Cat Solid, Fritz. Congrats, Fritz. And last but not least, a perennial winner during the end of the year giveaways. Number 35, Stealthy Living. So again, that's Johnny James C, Dino Maximus, Metal Game Cat Solid, Fritz, and Stealthy Living have all won a copy of Dead Second. PSVR 2, Quest, or Rift. Super Nintendo Chalmers, you did not win Metro. I'm sorry. All right, there we go. That's another one down. We had a good number. We had a few of these that were like in the 40s, so we're just going to grab those as we come to them. Looks like the next one is the Legendary Tales. We don't have a lot of Legendary Tales. I think we might have one or two of those to give away. Around it. Chant, Metro, Action Hero. There we go. Legendary Tales. We have one copy of Legendary Tales to give away. And 41 entrants. Getting quiet, Roots. Are you with me?
Yep.
I'd like to draw one, please. BJ was generous this year. BJ is a big part of the reason why I'm going to be able to, you know, in theory, buy one of these graphics cards. BJ dropped almost $100 in the chat, Roots, before he went over to my Buy Me a Copy and dropped $150 in it.
That's crazy.
We have another perennial winner here, someone that we often see for these giveaways, who often wins. Legendary Tales goes to number 37, Boognish. 6691.
Boognish wins a lot.
Yes, he
Deservedly.
does. He knows what's up.
That's right.
You know, we have a group of you know, longtime viewers at this point that literally just came into the community back in the early days when I would promote these on Reddit. You remember that? I did like commercial one year and took it to Reddit.
Yep, I do.
Remember the commercial with the dumpster fire?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. What do we want to give away next? Let's give away Happy Funland. Actually, I had 42 people enter for Happy Funland.
That's crazy.
All right, Happy Funland. We have 2 copies of Happy Funland to give away.
Not 28.
Not 28. Only 2.
No,
And-
not number 28. He can't win it.
Not number 2.
Techno glitch.
Happy Funland PSVR 2. We do have both. So these are PSVR copies. We do not have Steam for this. This is PSVR only. But we do have both regions available still. So yeah. So let's give away some Happy Funland. You think we can make it, Roots, without having a double winner?
I think somebody's going to at some point, but we'll see.
Please. We have still yet to have a repeat winner. The winners for Happy Funland on PlayStation VR are number 7, Gedge 726, and past winner number 36, Destiny 11. Congratulations, winners. And we move along. All right. So we're going to just grab the ones that are in the 30s now. You don't have to put them in perfect order. We're going to start with Madison, almost all the way down at the bottom. And for the record, after the 2024 show had gone off the air, our friends at Perp Games did, in fact, grant our request and gave us some Steam keys to give away. So we have proper platform choice now. We don't have Quest because it literally just came out on Quest. That'll be a next year prize and a next year nominee. But we do have PlayStation VR and we do have Steam. It was weird, Roots. We were giving away the PC Game of the Year, but we didn't have any PC keys.
That was a little weird. But, you know, to be fair, that how many times did we do the opposite? We didn't have keys for PlayStation. That was a problem for many years. Chatty says, why am I not on the list for Madison?
Are you not on the list for Madison? Should you be on the list for Madison?
Yeah, I see it, number 27.
Yep, there's Chatty. By the way, people, I was really careful about compiling this list, going over it and double checking it.
Yeah, so much so you didn't sleep at all last night.
Right. It is possible I made a mistake, and if I did, sorry, tough shit. I mean, you know, I apologize. If I left you off one, then that's my bad. But it's highly unlikely that I did. I gotta see how many of these we have to give away. This will be at the end. This is Game of the Year. So, you know what? This says 1, but I think we can afford to do 2 here. Let me just verify that. The extra keys that came in. Yeah, we can do 2 here. So, bonus giveaway. We're going to give away 2 copies of Madison VR right now. Gamecast. Let's do 2. Okay. So we have 2 winners. The first winner is number 3, Jeff Hull. Jeff Hull 777. And the second winner is number 27,
Nice.
Chatting.
I think Chat GPT's listening for real. I'm a little.
Seriously, dude. Seriously. That's crazy, man.
That is crazy.
I wish I could share my screen so people know I'm not bullshitting when Techno Glitch and Chatty win at the most improbable time. There you go. Congratulations, winners.
Eclipse DJ says, "How can you complain about winning a free game? I'm so grateful." Well, I'll tell you what, people find a way.
Oh, they do.
They find a way.
All right, let's find our next one in the 30s. How about Arizona Sunshine 2?
Remake.
This might be one of those. This is not.
And now you get to have the scare of your life, Chatty. That's right. Be scarred for life like the rest of us.
Record your gameplay. I want to see this. All right, Arizona Sunshine 2. We're going to give away 4 copies of Arizona Sunshine 2.
That's pretty good odds.
This might be the one where we have some repeats.
Yeah, it's gonna be number 21. Techno Glitch.
We hit him with the 7. 7-11. 7-11. Or please. Really, GPT? Do you have to do it like that? Weirdo. All right. Yeah, we do have 1 repeat here.
Scared, Wes. It's scary.
All right, so while GPT's picking the replacement, we will go ahead and award the winners. First of all, we have number 16, Fourth Wall Breaker. And we have $24, Teddy Post Fasak 8260. And then we have our good friend, number 29, Hussein X.
Uh-oh.
And our replacement winner is Number 25, staff and stuff. So again, that's Arizona Sunshine 2 on Quest or Steam. Fourth Wall Breaker, Teddy Kofasak 8260, Staff and Stuff, and Hussein X. And was that really Quest and Steam, or is that just bullshit? Let me verify that, because I think we had PlayStation as well.
Somebody in the chat typed Staff and Stuff replaced Dawn. Oh wait, that was me. I missed Dawn.
Yes, we do also have PlayStation VR 2, although quantities are getting low on that. So again, this is first come first serve on the claims. Whoever contacts me first
Ooh.
to claim the prize, I always take the DMs in order, starting with the first one and going through the last, and it's first come first serve on platforms.
So he may not
we
get
do
back
have
to
all-
you tomorrow, but it's advantageous to get to him tonight.
Yeah. I'm not going to get back to you right away, but you want to claim your prize now, essentially. So congratulations, winners. That's an awesome game. And big shout out and thank you to Vertigo Games for supplying the keys.
Looks like Into the Radius has 30 as well.
Why don't we do that one next then? Into the Radius. Yeah, this was one that seemed like there was a lot of interest in this year.
I don't see Tech on there though. Tech, what are you doing?
So this is a PlayStation VR only title, because it was released on PSVR this year, but not on the other platforms.
Oh, you already have this game. Okay. Yeah, I have it too, and I don't play it. I guess I don't like Stalker. I'm like one of the weird people that doesn't enjoy this type of game. Oh, it does very well.
Got 2 copies of Into the Radius on PlayStation VR 2. Oh, wait a minute. No. Let me see something. Because this was going to be select your choice of Into the Radius 1 on PSVR 2 or Into the Radius 2 on Steam. Let's see if I have enough keys to do.
While you're doing that, I would be remiss
separate draws.
to not mention Shades of Grey Matter, who wants to get their name out there for ChatGPT so that it will pick them. So here we go, Shades. Shades of Grey Matter, number 20. Wait, what number was that? Number 7. So ChatGPT.
7. Shades of Grey Matter, number 7.
Yeah.
All right, so I technically can do I can technically do 2 drawings for this and give away 2 of each of them. But that's not going to leave much overhead if there's a bad key or something gets fucked up. So, but we're going to go for it. We're going to live on the edge here, Roots, and we're going to give away our buffer.
Okay, we got this.
All right. 2 copies of Into the Radius for PlayStation VR 2. Be sure to claim your prize quickly, because the I don't have 2 of certain region codes. So. Well, we've got one repeat winner here.
Uh-oh.
But one new winner. So I'm gonna go ahead and set GPT to finding a replacement while we name the other winner. Please. All right, so let's go ahead and name the one confirmed winner, which is number 28, M Tom 3.
Sounds kind of like Don Tom. Similar. Got a
Don Tom.
Yeah. Don Tom.
I like that. There's a nice ring to it.
Yeah.
All right, I think this is the first time winner. Number 11, Eric Claus.
I have not. I've never heard Eric Claus win a game. So there you go.
It's actually Santa's brother.
Oh yeah, Santa Claus. That's right. This is the evil one though. That it's not the some claws.
Right. All right. Moving along.
Somebody said that their Max Mustard and Vampire Masquerade are both have 30 or more.
Well, let's do those then. Let's start with Vampire the Masquerade Justice. Go ahead and feed those into GPT and let it start chewing on it a little bit. Well, we found out how many we have. We have one copy of Vampire the Masquerade Justice. Come on, GPT, you can do it. I think it's shitting the bed on me. I'm going to have to refresh. Sometimes it just gets stuck.
It gets confused easily, like humans. It's the human touch that they've added.
Well, there's something about this draw is fucking making this thing get stuck.
It is pissed. It didn't like what we had to say earlier.
I'm going to change the model. I'm going to go to ChatGPT 03 Mini High, which is great at coding and logic.
Okay. Me too. Oh, wait, not the coding part, though. I don't know anything about coding. They said to learn to code, Wes, and I was so glad I didn't know. It's turned out to not be the best idea.
Well, this
AI.
one definitely seems better at reasoning. The thoughts that it had that led to the drawing was certainly more coherent, it seemed.
Oh, I put in question all the ones we chose before. Super Nintendo Chalmers asks, is Vampire kind of like Assassin's Creed?
In certain ways, I would say yes, but no. In general, no. There are aspects to it with the way that you can kind of climb on the buildings and stalk people from high places. But in general, no. I would
Nice.
say no. You think that he named himself after those bees that have the hallucinogenic honey?
Oh, it's the best kind of honey out there. Never tried it, but I watched Joe Rogan try it.
It's expensive. All right, so let's do some Max Mustard, shall we? another studio that's was super happy that they won. Left a comment and a $10 super thanks after the show, and also made a graphic for themselves and blasted it out there on social media right after they won.
Wow, that's cool. I like when
Shout out
people get
to
excited about our awards.
yeah, feels good to know that
It
at
matters to
least
some
for
people.
some of these studios. Right, exactly.
Yeah.
That's why we do it.
Yep.
You know,
Everyone's saying they're so
reckon-
close. Pant, I'm always so close. Shades of Gray says Laugh Out Loud was off by one again. Well, we need to get number 9 GPT. Gray matter shades.
All right, so let's see how many Max Mustards we have. I have a feeling it's going to be quite a few. Because Richie is a cool dude. And in fact, we do have 4 of these to give away.
Richie's Plank. You know what the
Who
best
was
part
Richie's
is to get somebody new in VR and then like push them and make them think they're gonna fall. It's always a good experience.
All right, here we go. We have one repeat winner that we're going to have to bounce. So go ahead and tell GPT, please replace. And select.
Yeah.
All right, and
Super Nintendo
GPT
Chalmers says I had to watch Brian lose it when Eric said he hated Propagation Paradise. We all thought the same thing when Eric said that. We're like, what are you talking about? I think he just really liked that demo so much, and he wanted it to be that.
Precisely. That was a stationary wave shooter.
Right.
It's a little different. It's a lot different. All right. So first we have number 7, Just One Pant.
Nice. Just One Pant was just saying.
Yep. Certainly was. Who else? We have number 19, T Wade 2491.
I had a feeling about T Wade. They were gonna win. They were winners.
Yeah, T Wade always been a winner. Like Don. Then we have number 31.
Ooh.
Sep. 33. Sup, Sep.
What's up?
All right, and last but not least, our replacement winner is number 18, Magic the Game Cat.
Don't close your eyes.
Don't close your eyes, Magic, till you get the game. And I'll let it go to sleep.
Go. We got Pant, Magic the Game Cat, T-Wade 2491, and Sep33. By the way, ladies and gents, just be aware that for whatever reason, when I'm reading and taking these comments from YouTube, it shows me your actual YouTube username instead of your handle. So some of these might not translate one-to-one, but you should know what your username is and recognize it. For example, that earlier when that was Gebhardt, in some number, I think that's Mad Vegan, but I can't see that because YouTube's fucked up and won't let you see their actual handle. Anyway, Just One Pant, aka Pant, Magic the Game Cat, T Wade, 2491, and Sep33. Congrats. All right. I think we're into the 20s now. We're just going to grab the 20s as we come to them. And we're going to start with the Game of the Year 2024, Batman Arkham Shadow.
It's a good one.
It is a good one.
I'm looking for anybody that's on there that, Tech, you're out. Who else?
I just so know that Technoglitch is going to get picked here.
That would be funny. Tech, I can't believe it, bro.
So, Batman Arkham Shadow Game of the Year. Probably the first time we've ever selected a Quest exclusive as the Game of the Year.
Right. That's true. Crazy, right? Oh, Hussein X is also out. There's only 21 people up there. How many copies are there?
2. We have 2 of these to give away.
Okay. It's not bad odds, right? Like a 10% chance to win.
Yeah. All right. Let's see what GPT does with it.
Number 15, Tech says.
Two, please.
Super Nintendo Chalmers says that Batman game bums me out that's not on PSVR 2. It sounds so cool. That's why I'm a big believer, if you can, to have multiple platforms.
All right, so we've at least got one repeat winner here. Let me check and see.
If you're able to. Obviously, not everybody can get multiple platforms, but I'm just...
Yeah, MetaQuest 3S on sale on Newegg yesterday. $350, and you get a $15 gift card for purchase.
Did you get that game for free as well? Still?
And I'm not sure about that, actually. That if that's still going on, it's not going to be going on for very long. It's right around now when it was supposed to die. Give me just a second. I need to check and see if we've got 2 repeat winners here or just one.
Thank
So
you,
I can't remember if this one
for the blessing me. This is going to sound bad, and obviously, if you are limited in funding, I'd have a hard time getting for the S with the pancake lenses being so good. I mean, it would be, it's better than not getting a Quest 3, but those pancake lenses are the best lenses I've ever used, whether it was on the 3 or the, obviously not OLED wise, but just clarity wise and that sweet spot. It's just so good.
I will second that. They're definitely the best lenses that we've ever had on VR headset. So we have one repeat winner. I need to draw another. Pick a new winner. All right, and in the meantime, we will go ahead and name the actual winner. Number 7, Pico Guy 232.
Nice. And David Runs has a good point. 3S has better performance with less resolution. That's true. I would imagine you're able to squeeze more power out.
That's true. It's kind of the Rift S argument, that you've been making.
Yeah.
Even with your 4090, you're still grabbing that Rift S sometimes, right?
Yeah. Yeah, especially for that's what I've been using for Hogwarts Legacy, which is such an amazing game.
The Oh shit! Did I just close my own window? Yeah, I need to reopen that tab. Hold on. Picked the wrong thing. But now it's back. No harm done. All right, the second winner of Batman Arkham Shadow Game of the Year 2024 is number 14, That Dank Cheese.
Nice. Paradise Decay says his 5080 comes today. That's also nice, PD. It's going to be
Nice. You know who else
amazing.
comes today?
What's that?
So you know who else comes today?
My mom.
Oh, yeah, she does. It's going to come hard, too. Especially after hearing that news about Paradise Decay's 5080. You should be excited, bro. That's a huge, huge upgrade. It's going to be life-changing for your content and for everything you play. So that's awesome.
Yeah, it is cool. Congratulations. I thought PD was on a 4090 already, though. He must not be, huh?
No, I thought he was on a 40. What was it? What'd you have
4070?
before? 4070, maybe 4080, 4070 Ti, maybe.
What else do we want to give away here? What's next? Yeah, why not? Let's go ahead and give away Cyberpunk 2077.
Nice. Another game that, I actually went in and played a little bit of that a while back, last week, I think, Wes, and got through the first couple missions. That's what I was saying to Looper earlier. He was talking about how you have technology, you can rewind time and fast forward it and stuff, which was cool, but it was a little wonky in VR. I was having issues with using everything I needed to use but it was cool. He had a 3080 Ti, so he's having the same upgrade as you, Wes.
Oh,
Or
he's on me.
similar,
Okay.
yeah.
Congrats, bro.
That's huge.
I know. Yeah, for sure. All right, so we are now giving a Cyberpunk 2077. I think this is going to be on the Epic Games Store. I did a little recon today to see where this is on sale at, because we are buying these out of pocket. We don't have keys for these.
How many copies?
We are giving away one more copy of it.
Nice.
And
Number one. That's my prediction.
I meant to buy these. These were on sale on Steam during the show, and I forgot to buy them. So now they're fucking $60 again everywhere. But I think they're on sale right now on Epic Games Store. So we can get them there. Although I don't know if I can get keys. I might have to
Friend it.
rent it or buy gift cards or something. Okay. Cyberpunk 2077. We need one more of these. Don't close your eyes.
Yeah, I got that stuck in my head now too. Ready to run.
And the winner is number 9, Grimrock 23.
Nice.
Oh yeah. Moving on. Arizona Sunshine remake.
Better than the second one.
Sure.
I can't mention those games without stating that it's better. I just have to. Just can't.
Well, it's an extension of the discussion we had during the Patreon meetup this year.
Yeah, that's exactly what we talked about, right?
Mm-hmm. All right, let's see how many of these we've got. It's a few. Indeed, it is 4 copies
Nice.
The Arizona Sunshine remake. We've got one repeat. Then we have to replace.
Paradise Decay with a 10-pound donation says, grab someone a VR game from me.
Okay. What can we get for $10 or 10 pounds?
A lot.
We can catch something on sale, can't we? Good stuff.
The good stuff.
You got the right stuff,
Mm-hmm.
baby.
Oh man, I need to bring back a reunion of the new kids, man.
Well, they did recently. I remember seeing pictures. I think last year of Eric's wife Stephanie went on a cruise, and it was a New Kids on the Block cruise.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
that's crazy.
All right. While GPT figures out who the new winner is, we're going to go ahead and name off
The old winners.
perennial winner, number 4, Rattlehead 9026. Rattlehead always comes in and wins at the end of the year show. We also have, that's funny, number 12, Cat GPT, the AI game pat.
Mm-hmm. I think I'm seeing a correlation here with Chat GPT picking them.
Favoritism.
Yeah,
Nepotism.
that's it. Nepotism.
And then we have number 22, Ghost Rider 46285. And our replacement is also a repeat. We need to replace the replacement.
Replace the replacement.
Let's do it again. Okay. Lastly, we have number 10, Jeff Soria 17.
Good old Jeff.
Good old Jeff.
Good old Jeff.
Yeah. It's not Don, but it's Jeff. We love Jeff.
It is not. All right. We got to be getting close now.
Yeah, I think we might have one more. Is it Trombone Champ, the last one?
We've got Trombone Champ. We've got Zero Caliber 2 Action Hero.
Okay.
And Into the Radius 2. We got 4 more.
How come
Take
you're
them
not
in that
using
order.
DeepSeek? Paradise Decay says. Then you could use DeepSeek because you know who else likes DeepSeek?
My mom!
Yeah, she does.
We use DeepSeek and all of our keys get stolen.
Yeah, that's right. Who knows what? You might end up not liking the what happens.
Trombone Champ. The Bone.
The boner. You know who
The
else
Trombone
loves the
Champ.
boner?
My
We have
mom.
3 PSVR 2 or Quest. 3 winners. We got 2 repeats here.
Uh-oh. David Runs wants to know if we've tried black garlic. I don't know if that's like an AI, if that's a video game, if that's like literal black garlic, or if
Yeah, I
it's
don't know,
like
man.
a heavy metal band. Like,
Black garlic rocks.
who doesn't love black garlic? Yes, I guess a black garlic butter is what he's talking about. And PD says he made a game in DeepSeek in just under an hour.
What the bat?
Yeah, I was gonna say, ironically, it's better than Starfield.
Nah. I started to make a game in just under an hour, but it got held up in Sony QA, and we're now delayed until Q2 2026.
Oh God, that's a lot longer than an hour.
All right, I think these are all new winners,
Nice.
and some we got some perennial, some regular winners here. First of all, we have number 15, art by Mara. And then we have number 21, VRMC. And then we have number 13, 2112 ZOZ, whom, if I remember correctly, I think might be one of those that joined us so many years ago during one of these episodes and one of these giveaways.
Wow. Came back for another one. Won again.
If I remember correctly, which I might be completely off. All right. Congratulations, winners. Go ahead and shoot me a DM in Discord. Tell me what platform and region you're in. And we will get you your key sometime before the end of the month. Zero Caliber 2. Surprisingly few entries for this. Such a great game. Underrated. But this is the part of the lesson where Skeletor comes in and gives us a tip, a reminder that even though Zero Caliber 2 is good, they fucked us on Gambit.
Yes. Yeah, dude. I was just about to say that. Trying to let it go. I really am.
Is that your New Year's resolution?
Yes. Yeah.
Don't
My
dwell
new.
on,
Yeah. It's like, you
on
know
Gambit.
what? It's over. It's been done.
I think they are bringing Zero Caliber 2 to Steam, though, for whatever that's worth. I've been dropping some heavy hints that's about to happen.
Well, that'd be good.
So I guess we could see how many of those we have to give away.
That's right up Brandon VR's alley.
There's just one, but we need to verify that. Yeah, I'd like Brandon to win this so he can, if I can get out of Breachers. How badly must his brain be rotted from playing those same levels over and over and over and over and over again?
Yeah, I couldn't do it. Cool game, just too much of the same.
Yeah, but can you imagine playing that for a year?
No.
Like regularly, every Friday? Crazy, man. Play some Xfield, bro.
Nice.
Let's see. We've got one copy of Zero Caliber 2 to give away.
David Runs wants to know, is Gambit worth playing if I already own it? Probably not. If it's probably still broke, no.
Well, I mean, it was good on Steam. It worked. Or wait a minute, maybe it was good on Steam.
And then they broke it.
But then when the Quest version came out, it broke the Steam version somehow.
Yeah.
All right, so this is a new name that I don't recognize, but it's a cool name. This Zero Caliber 2 goes to number 7.
I was just looking at that. Buscemi Chameleon.
Buscemi Chameleon. This is the person who can seamlessly blend into Steve Buscemi's face.
Oh, dude, who doesn't want to blend into that?
Does everyone in the chat know who Steve Buscemi is?
They should, but they probably don't.
Hit me up in Discord and I'll remind you.
I know who it is, and I don't even pay attention to pop culture at all anymore.
He's a funny looking dude, isn't he?
Yeah. He's a good actor. He's been in a lot of good movies.
He is indeed a good actor. Action Hero. I know we've got one of these to give away.
I see a lot of names in there that have been picked already.
Yeah.
That's good for the leftovers.
Indeed it is. Let's see here. What can we do? Let's shake things up. How about a copy of The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners, Chapter 2, Retribution, PlayStation VR 2, Europe, in the chat. Get it?
Get it quick. You too could chase the priest with a chainsaw. Is it bad that I get a little bummed out every time he runs out of the room, Wes? And that I'm like, oh man, Wes should have just sawed him right there.
Well, he wanted death, man. That's what he wanted. You know, I was just trying to help a guy out.
Yeah.
Do him a solid, you know.
That's true.
All right, back to our regularly scheduled program. Yeah, we somehow have a winner that's not a repeat. The winner is number 2, Luke Sparling.
Nice.
You know what? He was probably counting on coming in here and getting the game. You know what he was probably not counting on is getting a little bit of shocking truth. Luke, I am your father.
That's right. That was shocking. Did not see that coming.
What's even going to be more shocking is in 10 years when people misremember what I said.
Oh,
and
yeah.
think that somehow people have ripped a hole in the space-time continuum.
Yeah.
We have one more title to give away. Una más. That we're actually giving away. We do actually have 2 more drawings that we could do and not give away. Because they were never part of the giveaway.
Yeah, but people thought they were, so I think we should honor it. That's not how it works, Roots.
All right. Last chance drawing. How many of these motherfuckers do we have? Courtesy of our friends at CM Games.
For which one?
Into the Radius 2. All the way down.
Gotcha. The Room VR. Absolutely. We have 10 copies that we're going to give away about 3 years ago. Go. We did give away Arizona Sunshine to Flippy Nuggets.
Indeed we did. Two winners for this one.
Well, we know it's not Luke Sparling.
It can't be. I think that one of these is a repeat. Verify that real quick. Motherfucker, and do the old Control F. And yes, indeed, we do have a repeat winner here.
Uh-oh.
We're going into overtime. And while GPT is figuring that out, we're going to announce the winner of Into the Radius 2 as
Scion VR.
Number 7, Andrew Ehrenreich.
Nice. Eclipse DJ says, I feel so lucky this morning here in cold gray England. Never won a single thing in my life and got 2 incredible games for my PSVR 2. Thanks.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's what it's all about.
Thank you for being here.
Yep.
Stick around. Stick around for the next year, and we'll not only entertain you with the best coverage of VR gaming that you can find, but we'll continue to do awesome things like give away the best games that came out last year.
Eli Sem says, if not too late, can you add me to the alien giveaway? Well, what you need to do is go back in time and put your name on the comments.
Actually, you need to go forward in time because we didn't give away Alien. I put those entrants here because every year we have people that enter to win games that we didn't give away.
That was one of them.
I just made a list. Yeah, that was one of them.
That was it. There you go. Well, all these people up there hoping for an Alien copy. It wasn't on the list.
But the winner of Into the Radius 2, number 11,
nice.
Virtual Unreality. Virtual Unreality.
Was Behemoth another one of those ones that was on the list?
Behemoth was the other one. Yep.
Yeah.
Those were the 2. You want to see who would have won?
Hey, yeah.
Let's see who would have won.
You almost won Behemoth if they would have given us a copy to give to you.
I didn't ask for them because they were not nominated, and they will be next year,
Yeah,
and we'll give them away then.
that's true.
Alien, while it's figuring out who would have won Alien, I'll go ahead and grab the list from Behemoth.
There's gonna be somebody out there who's like, son of a bitch, I would have won this. Yeah, people were seeing these things like, what the hell? How come I wasn't on the list? I didn't see that game. Yeah, that's why.
Right.
Honorary. We'll give you an honorary win.
Yeah, it's right. Exactly. It's about the sport. It's not about the game.
That's right. Yeah. You did it.
So the winner, the honorary winner of Alien, win Tipsy Sonic.
No.
60.
There you go. Tipsy Sonic. You didn't win Alien. You could have, but it wasn't on the list. But thanks for trying. There's a lot of people that voted for that one.
Yep. Even more for Behemoth.
Yeah.
The honorary winner that would have won a copy of Behemoth is 2112 ZOZ.
I almost felt guilty, Wes, for like doing this and saying you could have won this, but I know that every year they waste your time by putting these in the comments, even though we ask them not to.
See, I don't care about that. I just the reason why we do the giveaways the way that we do is so that people will watch the show and have to,
That's
get them
true.
that way. It's a reward for sitting through 15 hours of show, right? That's why we don't do a list. When people come in the Discord and say, "Hey, man, you got a list of the games that are being given away?" No, we don't have a list. They're in the episode. I guess if you wanted to, you could, go into YouTube and get the transcripts and have GPT sort it for you.
Yeah, that's true. I'll tell you what, if these people feel bad about it, buy a copy of Behemoth and give it to everybody else that's on that list. You can be the joy that gives somebody a game.
Or wait till it goes on sale for $10 and maybe Paradise the Cat.
That's true. That's true.
So that's it, ladies and gents. With that, we are now wrapped. The 2024 show is officially 100% in the books. Winners, congratulations. Hit me up on Discord. Do it ASAP because, like I said, while I'm not going to be answering any of your messages tonight, and I might not even answer them tomorrow, when I do finally get around to
First come.
handing out these keys, I'll go in order. And first come, first serve on platform and region preference. But yeah, congrats to everyone. Thanks to everyone who showed up to watch this episode and to watch the 2024 show. Thanks to everyone who played and everyone who continues to support us and show up here week after week. You guys are really what makes Virtual Strangers what it is. And I said this in a message to the patrons earlier on the Patreon page, and it very much applies to everyone. Anyone who's been watching this channel over the course of the last year and a half obviously has noticed how much more difficult and how increasingly hard it is for us to find the time to come here and do this week after week. It's just getting harder. It's getting more complicated, and we're pivoting. We're trying new things to, make it a little bit easier. So maybe we can be a little bit more consistent with it. But despite the fact that it becomes more challenging, we still do it. And we don't do it because we're coming in here hoping to, blow up and have our numbers.
The next big thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're not here to be big YouTubers, or else we would have Mathgate thumbnails and, you know,
Wouldn't
do
have
these
4-hour episodes, and
we'd be shilling MetaQuest App Lab bullshit like it's the next best thing. We don't do it for that. I don't even do it so that I can hopefully one day land a job in the industry. I have a job in the industry. It's a blessing, and I thank God every day for it. But that's not why I do this. The reason why I still do this is you. It's because you still do this. You still come here. You care about us. You want to come here every week and spend time with us, hanging out, chatting, shooting the shit, laughing, and promoting the technology that we all care so much about. That's why we do it. And as long as you care, as long as you come here and participate week after week, then I'm going to do that too. I'm here for you. You guys are here for me. I'm here for you. And we're going to continue to be here for you throughout 2025. So if you haven't already, subscribe and ring the bell because this is episode 1 of season 7. And we've got a solid 9 months to go before the next break. So, yeah, thank you to everyone for your continued support. With that said, what do we have left here? Let me
Wishlist.
get back. Wishlist. Oh yeah. So this is the part of the show for those of you who are new. We ask each and every week everyone to take just a moment of your time and just click a couple links there on your desktop or on your phone or whatever you're watching on, and wishlist a game. It could be one of the games that we talked about here today, or it could just be something else that you've got on your mind that you're looking forward to playing. But this is a big deal for developers, especially the smaller developers. Getting these wish lists, especially pre-launch wish lists, it plays toward an algorithm that the stores put in place and really decides what kind of placement you're going to get on the storefront. And that placement for some titles is absolutely everything. And it's the difference between being a success and not being a success. It's really important. There's a reason why the developers, and every time they communicate with the community, they ask for those wish lists. It's because it's a big deal and it really helps. So, they give us all these games to give away and these wonderful experiences that we get to get inside the headset and share with people. And it's the least we can do to take just a moment and go and click on the little heart on their store page. And as you can see here this week, I'm choosing to wishlist Harpagun. Because, yeah, wishlisting a game is fun, but it's not quite as fun as grabbing a wash machine and smashing an alien in the head with it. Why is everything coming up in Russian on my screen?
Chat GPT.
I don't know what it is, man, but when I went to that blog post that I read earlier, it took me to the Russian the Russian meta blog, and now it's taking me to the Russian meta store in a completely different game. I don't know why, but that is weird.
That is very weird. Hopefully you can read Russian. Who can't, though?
I hope so.
That's so common.
But I am now adding it to my wish list, and it has officially been added. Harpagun comes out in early access on MetaQuest this week. Check it out. It looks cool.
Looper says it might be his fault. I'm not just now trying to wrap my mind around how that could be something Looper did.
I don't know, but I'll blame him. It's fine. It's your fault, Looper. How dare you? And last but not least, our final reminder this week and every week is how you can do your part to support us, our community, and our channel. Again, if you haven't already, please subscribe. That number means a lot to prospective developers and partners who help support us by doing things like donating giveaway keys for us to have the type of thing that we just did. So yeah, click the button, make our number bigger, please. If you've already done that and you want to do something extra to support us, you can do so by joining the Virtual Strangers Patreon. $3 per month. That's all we ask. And in exchange for that, you get our weekly show notes. You get insider updates from time to time, and you also get exclusive content from time to time. You get to join us in VR each year when we pick the award winners. All this and more for less than $1 per week. Link is in the description below. And finally, if you don't have any money, which is completely understandable, you can come and join us on Discord. It's 100% free, and that's where we hang out 24/7, 365. This is where we lurk and where we live. It's where we talk about graphics cards and NVIDIA screwing people over. It's where we watch people try to run away from the police and sometimes get away. It's where we talk about flat games and where we talk about any good number of things. It's a great community. You will be greeted at the door. It is free. There's a description. There's a link in the description down below. Click that. Join us. We'll see you there. Really quick shout out to our newest patrons. We've got 5 since the last time we did one of these shows.
Wow.
So shout out to What Is This? James Collins, Raul, Classy Grandma, and Ace Gamer. Thank you all for pledging your support and helping us get the new year off to a good start. We appreciate you.
Panda wants to know how the police chase channel came to be in the first place. I don't even remember.
I don't remember either.
That's the thing is if people suggest something and it's like something everybody wants, we just do it. It's not lost on us that it's really not a VR thing.
By the way,
I don't know. It's a home, you know.
And by the way, the one thing that we never tell people that we probably should is if you're in the Discord and you want to watch the police chases with us, you need the police chase tag. And I don't think, do we have a reaction roll set up somewhere where people can join, or do they need to ask us to give it to them?
They'd have to ask us. I don't even know how to set that up to do a reaction. That'd be a good idea though.
Yeah. So in the meantime, if you guys want to watch the police chases with us, just ping me or Roots in the Discord there and ask for the police chase roll, and that way you'll be tagged anytime police chase is live in the channel. Anyway, I think that's it, friends. I want to thank you all once again for watching. For Roots, I'm Wes. We'll see you this weekend with Game of the Month. Bye.
Take it easy.
Bye.